Ek het nie presentations in nie. Nee, ek het nog net daai video wat moet uitgaan. Ja. Ja, ek nie hulle wat gesê het. Ja, dit was weet wat ek ja.
Bulele, mamam bulele, bulele, kinelwa kipula.
Bulele, 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 kinawa kipula.
Bulele,
Bulele, bulele, Utababona kama banakiba na bankate banabana. Utababona kama banakiba na bankate banabana. Utababona kama banakiba na bankate banabana. Chocolate, no malanga no mawe. Chocolate, no malanga no mawe.
In progress.
Nossa, mas tá.
Tinha ligado, não tá?
Era pra. O som tá ruim.
Por que que tá?
Tá.
Microfone sem-
Não, não.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely my humble honor to be able to welcome you to today's conference, the 5th International Conference on Social Justice. Welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Catherine Constantinides, and I will be your host today. And I've been given the very difficult task of being able to keep everything within a time frame. We have this beautiful venue and space only until 5 o'clock today, and so we have a lot of work to do. Thank you so much to the organizing committee. There are beautiful programs on your chairs, and you'll be able to follow the program on through the booklet. I am going to just do a few welcomes and introductions, and we will then set straight into the program. Before I do that, the reason that I'm here today is because as a passionate and focused activist on food security, specifically looking at South Africa and our continent, it is wonderful to be here today as we focus on the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is SDG 2 of zero hunger, and being able to look at social justice and the intersect with food security and food justice is extremely important. We have an esteemed panel of speakers throughout the day that are going to interrogate so many different spaces and parts of research, policy, legal development on hunger, with a view to increase the pace of progress in addressing hunger in one of the United Nations goals, which is SDG 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to hold your applause, but please allow me to first address and welcome some distinguished guests that we have here today. Firstly, we have Justice Edwin Cameron, the former Justice of South Africa's Constitutional Court, Inspecting Judge of the Correctional Service and Stellenbosch University's Chancellor. We have Professor Thuli Madonsela, Professor of Law and Director of the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. We also have Mr. Zane Dangor, who is the Director General at the Department of International Relations and Cooperations of South Africa. Mr. Nelson Mofo, in his absence, he is the resident coordinator of the United Nations in South Africa, and we have a video message from him a little bit later. Then to all of our esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Dr. Abel Wahab, Ambassador of Libya to the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Andreas Peschek, Ambassador of Germany to the Republic of South Africa, Her Excellency Ms. Candace, Ambassador of Turkey to the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Benedicto Filho, Ambassador of Brazil, Mr. Corentin Durkot, representing the Ambassador of France to the Republic of South Africa. And we then also want to acknowledge and mention all of the government departments who are part of today's esteemed gathering. The departments are Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, DPME, the Presidency, NYDA, and of course our partners, the United Nations in South Africa, their teams as well. We would also like to acknowledge Dr. Marlene Leroux, the CEO of Artscape Theatre. We would like to also acknowledge Professor Sibusiso Moyo, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Innovation, Research and Postgraduate Studies at Stellenbosch University. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our esteemed guests who are here today and each and every one of you who is with us. We also have a live stream, so we have many people who are joining us online today, and they will be engaging in many of the discussions that are happening. I would like to welcome and ask back the South African Youth Choir, who are singing both the South African National Anthem, which I will please ask you to stand for, as well as the African Union Anthem that will now be sung. Thereafter, we're going to be listening to the preamble of our Constitution, and I will read out the speakers thereof afterwards. So if I could ask the South African Youth Choir to make their way back onto the stage for the singing of the national anthem, and if I could ask you to please rise. Please do take your seats. We're just going to do a picture opportunity here with this wonderful choir. Please give them another round of applause. They entertained us earlier as well as we were coming in, and they're absolutely incredibly talented.
Sorry, can I remove this?
We also have a sign language interpreter who's next to me, Beryl Buerta, and she will be with us for part of the day. Her colleague will join us a little bit later. Before we move on to a quick reading of the preamble of the Constitution, I would like to also acknowledge another guest who is here with us today, and that is the DDG of Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, DPME, and that is Mr. Godfrey Mashamba, who is with us, and his presence is acknowledged, and we appreciate you being here today. And again, to DPME, who are a wonderful partner to this event. Thank you for being with us this morning. I'm going to ask Emma Jane, who is an intern at the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. I'm going to ask you to come up. Abongile, who is the former vice president of the SRC. Abongile is going to have to pronounce that surname for me correctly. And I'm going to also ask Ernest Peterser, who's the former chairperson of the Judicial Society Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University, to also make his way up. These three students or young people are going to be doing the preamble of the Constitution for us in 3 of the languages. And by tomorrow, we will have done the preamble of our Constitution in all of our official languages. We did start last night, and at the function, if you were there, we were able to celebrate our social justice champions who we were completely inspired by. So if I could ask our 3 guests just to come up in order to do this preamble for us. Do you want to?
We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law, improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person. And build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect South Africa. Nkosi sikaleli i-Afrika, morena boloka sechaba sa Yesu, hot sien South Africa, mudzimu fatucheka Afrika, hosi katikesa Afrika.
Abongile.
Ngalentseni nje mandibhotise, ndiyanibulisa nonke igama lam ndinguAbongile Quthu. Ndiza nifundela le ngabulazigcawu ngolwimi lwenkobe isiXhosa. Ifundeka ngolu hlobo. Thina bantu baseMzantsi Afrika siyaziqonda iintswela bulungisa zexesha elidlulileyo. Sibothulela umnqwazi abo baye beva ubunzima ukuze kubekho ubulungisa nenkululeko elizweni lethu. Siyabahlonela abo baye basebenzela ukwakha nokuphucula ilizwe lethu. Kwaye sikholelwa kwelokuba uMzantsi Afrika ngowabo bonke abahlala kuwo, bemanyene nangona bengafani. Ngoko ke ngabameli bethu abanyulwe ngokukhululekileyo samkela loo mgaqo-siseko njengomthetho owangamileyo weRiphabhlikhi. Ukuze kungcibeke imisantsa yexesha elidlulileyo, kwakheke noluntu lwentando yesininzi, ubulungisa basentlalweni namalungelo oluntu asisiseko. Kwandlalwe iziseko zoluntu lwentando yesininzi nolukhululekileyo apho urhulumente ongowentando yabantu kwaye ummi ngamnye ekhuselwe ngumthetho ngokulinganayo nabanye. Kuphuculwe umgangatho wobomi babo bonke abemi. Kukhululwe nomntu ngamnye afikelele kwelona nqanaba anokufikelela kulo lobuchule bakhe. Kananjalo kwakhiwe uMzantsi Afrika omanyeneyo wentando yesininzi okwaziyo ukuthabatha indawo yawo onelungelo layo njengelizwe elizimeleyo kusapho phakathi kwamanye amazwe. Ngamana uThixo angabakhusela abantu bakowethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Morena boloka setjhaba sa heso. Godseën Suid-Afrika. God bless South Africa. Modimo fatutshedza Afrika. Hosi katekisa Afrika.
And Ernest, if you will come for the Afrikaans, thank you.
Ons, die mense van Suid-Afrika, erken die ongeregtighede van ons verlede. Huldig diegene wat vir ons geregtigheid en vryheid in ons land gelei het. Respekteer diegene wat hul beywer het om ons land op te bou en te ontwikkel en glo dat Suid-Afrika behoort aan almal wat daarin woon, verenig in ons verskeidenheid. Daarom neem ons deur ons vryverkose verteenwoordigers hierdie grondwet aan as die hoogste reg van die Republiek ten einde. Die verdeeldheid van die verlede te heel en 'n samelewing gegrond op demokratiese waardes, maatskaplike geregtigheid en basiese menseregte te skep. Die grondslag te lê vir 'n demokrasie en oop samelewing waarin regering gegrondves is op die wil van die bevolking en elke burger gelyk deur die reg beskerm word. Die lewensgehalte van alle burgers te verhoog en die potensiaal van elke mens te omsluit en 'n verenigde en demokratiese Suid-Afrika te bou wat sy regmatige plek as 'n soewereine staat in die gemeenskap van nasies kan inneem. Mag God ons mense beskerm. Nkosi sikeleli iAfrika. Murina buluka setjhaba sa heso. God seën Suid-Afrika. God bless South Africa. Mudzimu fatutshedza Afrika. Hosi katekisa Afrika.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think, if you have not read the preamble of the Constitution, which I'm sure that everyone here has, it is truly not only a beautiful piece of reading, but it was done so beautifully by these three young people. Thank you once again, very, very much. I'm going to ask and encourage you. You're all here and you all have some form of social media platform. At the back of your booklet, you will find all of the hashtags for today, and we encourage you to engage and share some of the insights from today across social media. And if you are on social media, please use the hashtag International Social Justice Conference, Social Justice Conference 2024, hashtag Zero Hunger. You can also hashtag SDGs and global goals. This will allow for other people who are not here today to be a part of the conversation and to find the different pieces of insights from each and every one of you. So we encourage that. And I'm going to quickly ask you, before I call on our welcoming remarks, and we invite Dr. Marlene Leroux onto the stage, I'm going to ask you just very quickly to either turn to the person behind you or next to you and quickly just introduce yourself. Let us break the ice a little bit. We're going to spend the whole day here together. Everyone is so strong. I know. I'm like, people. It is, but we've got to be connected. I'm then going to bring you all back to, oh, good. I'm glad to see that you are able to engage. Wonderful. So I'm going to bring you all back to the center as we go straight into our program. You will get an opportunity to engage with each other a little bit later as well. And because this is such a serious topic, I wanted us to just be comfortable in the room with those that are around us. And as I hand over to Dr. Marlene Leroux, who is the CEO of the Artscape Theatre, who is our host here today, I would like to just leave you with something to think about. And that was a tweet that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres did yesterday, and he said, something is very wrong with a world in which hunger and malnutrition are a fact of life for billions upon billions of children, women, and men. So yesterday, where we acknowledged World Food Day, he says, let us all take action to uphold the right to food for a better life and a better future. And that is why we are here today. So in order to welcome us, please put your hands together for Dr. Marlene Leroux. I must mention, if you have not heard this woman sing, you're going to have to get her to sing to you.
You're absolutely looking beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're the sunshine in the yellow dress. Good morning. It's always for me such a privilege. Professor Thuli, you have led this country when in a very difficult space, when we were trying to find ourselves. In your wonderful demeanor, at all times, you taught us that you can address difficult and very complex challenges of just being you. I want to thank you for that. Judge Cameron, what can I say? Just to feel you in this particular space, where so many people were denied not to enter this space. Not long ago, 30 years ago, this building was built only for white people and for a certain culture. And you were one, like Professor Thuli, to be able to state that our country must be for everyone. And you personally were ostracized from both sides just because you took a stand for what you believe in. And that is why today I would like to say thank you from all of us. All protocol observed, but you will ask us, why is Artscape involved in social justice? Because the arts is about social justice. And thank you for choosing us. And it is important that we need to state, my motto in life is, life owes me nothing. And today you've seen that my colleague who's deaf is helping the physical persons with disabilities. So when we talk about the 5th Social Justice Conference and we're addressing hunger, we also need to look at the sustainable goal of number 6 as well. And what is actually not in sustainable goal of number 6 is that we need to talk about persons with disabilities, because they are the most vulnerable persons in our societies. So today I want to urge you, as you encounter this particular space, it's also that you need to encounter how we use, and this is where the DGs who's sitting here today, is that how we use our capital works funding to make this space accessible, not just with a ramp for a tick box, but for every single person, for the deaf, for the blind, for the physical disabilities, for the elderly, for a mother with a child with cerebral palsy. This space is for everybody. and for every single person that you feel comfortable and feel that you are a human being. And hence we use the arts to tell untold stories so that we can use the space as a pinnacle space so that we can meet and also engage like you're going to engage today with uncomfortable issues because of hunger. It is very important that we need to say to ourselves, why does hunger exist in this time and age when we have people that is driving in cars that cost R1 million? There is something totally uneven in our society. You mustn't even think of driving that car. And I'm not going to make a speech. I just needed to say to everybody why we are involved. Social justice is a suspectable and tricky subject. Only when we have a job can you think about your next meal. Hence, we don't have the luxury of having talk shops anymore. Talk shops about eradicating poverty are futile. Action is needing to address these crucial issues. We must discuss more than just education and address equal education with resources. Hunger is a reality every day in our country and severely so in Sudan. Just think about Gaza as well. Famine is most prevalent and a reality in this world. That's why we have a schools arts festival that is running in August. If you want to see the world, you come to see the schools arts festival. What is on our budget? It is transport and it is food. Can you believe it? Transport and it's food. Because we want everybody. You can't sing and perform and to think to make a difference if you are hungry. That is why we said yes to Professor Thuli and her team when she addressed today with starting with the social justice with Hunger Zero. This brings to mind gender-based violence victims fighting for justice. Justice can be a long and very arduous journey, especially without the necessary resources. The marginalization and the time it will take to address these issues will only widen the gate of inequality. This is why Artscape has embarked on the Step Up for Change campaign. And I want to urge you, downstairs, you'll see a non-gender, life-size statue at the lift. Please sign. We need to step up for change. The talk is over for gender-based violence. Women or anyone can't leave an abusive relationship if they don't have the economics to leave it. So we can't talk about hunger in this conference if we don't talk about economics. My last thing I would like to say is that important for us, we have the Women's Humanity Festival, which is about all these issues that we are going to address during these 2 days. So, Professor Thuli, we would like to take hands with you and your institution that when the 16 days of activism is starting again, because the stats is showing every month in August, every year, the stats of abuse is going up. Every year, when we have 16 days of activism against where we need to stop to abuse children, persons with disabilities, and women, the stats rises. And that is why we want to really want to say, as Artscape, as a theater, it is a space where we say it's 365 days. We can't just have days to commemorate. I want to say in closing, life without hope is merely existence, but life filled with hope and meaningful action contributes to humanity and dignity. And this is what this conference is today. So I want to end off. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Ooh, imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion to imagine all the people living love in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer. Ooh, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you can join us and the world will be as one. Thank you.
If I could please ask Professor Sibusiso Moyo to join me on stage. He's the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Innovation Research and Postgraduate Studies for Stellenbosch University. Sorry, she is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our program director. And I should also thank the choir. I think we didn't thank them enough. And of course, yeah, so we can thank them again just to say thank you so much to the choir. And of course, I can't step in the footsteps of Dr. Marie Leroux. She's not only a social justice champion, but excellent musician. And I think from last few weeks that she's also a very good partner in partying. Yeah? She can party all night long, but anyway. So thank you so much for that. So my name is Sibusiso Moyo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, and Postgraduate Studies at Stellenbosch University. And it gives me a great pleasure to really just make a few remarks about the 5th International Social Justice Conference, which is also focusing on Sustainable Development Goal 2, which talks about zero hunger. And then before I just do that, I should just observe all protocols and in particular, of course, acknowledge the minister in the presidency, Honorable Kumbuzo Shabeni, who will join tomorrow, I understand. And then, of course, the host of the conference today, the director for the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University, Professor Tulima Donsela, and of course, our Chancellor, Justice Edwin Cameron, who is with us today. And yeah, we really, value your presence, and we're really glad that you could join us. And then, of course, the new Vice Chancellor and also the chairperson of the Board of Universities South Africa, Professor Francis Peterson, who's with us today. Maybe you can just stand so that everybody sees you. It's not every day we get vice chancellors who like to do their job, actually. So we really acknowledge you. It's a tough space. And then, of course, all the ambassadors, heads of state, the diplomatic missions and members of the United Nations who are with us and will join us also over the days, and those who are online. And then Dr. Nomakwezi Mzlikazi, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships at Rhodes University. I don't know if she's here today. Oh, I didn't see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And we also thank you for the support that you give us. And then all academics, of course, judges, lawyers, civil researchers, corporates, industry partners, our students and our alumni. I mean, you saw our students who really did very well reading the, reading for us as well. And then I think everyone else who's here, the members of civil society who have joined us, all protocols observed. And of course, I wanted to really also acknowledge again Dr. Marlene Leroux, the CEO of Artscape in Cape Town, because not only is she a steward and huge supporter of Stellenbosch University and the initiatives we do through the Center for Social Justice, but she also advocates, transformation and the rights of those that are physically challenged, both amongst, our adult population and the youth. So we want to thank you for your support that you give us. And of course, there were two occasions this year that I could just make an example of where this support has come from. First, we met, I think, with Dr. Leroux for the celebration of the 2024 Templeton Prize for the winner, Professor Pumla Gobodo Matikizela, who got recognition for the work that they do in the Center for the Afterlife of Violence and Reparative Quest. For those who may not know her, she played a big role as well during the period for transformation. So this is like, of course, the Templeton Prize is like the Nobel Prize. It's about 1.1 million pounds. And as part of that money, she has donated back some of it to the university to support students and also emerging researchers. As we know that, higher education, not only when students come to higher education, they all come from different backgrounds, and not everybody has access to education. And in fact, even when they can access, not everybody is able to afford that education, including meals. So this money will play a big role in that. So for us, we see, so we can give a clap to that. And this prize is like the Nobel Prize, of course, so we should be celebrating as a continent and also as a country. I think the second event we've also got support from, as also our host today is, through last night, I think last night, I was just telling you about how she can party, so I was surprised to see her this morning. So last night, there was an event, we were celebrating the annual Professor Russell Botman annual lecture last night at our theology faculty. And for those of you who may not know, Professor Russell Botman held positions as professor and dean in theology and was the first and only Black rector and vice chancellor of Stellenbosch University after being the second Black deputy vice chancellor. So of course he was, he played a big role in terms of the university. As minister of the Dutch Reformed Mission Church, he was always a steadfast leader towards unity in uniting the Church of Southern Africa. He was an academic by nomination, of course, and then he called upon higher education in ethics, missiology, and also public theology. Sadly, he passed on before his time. So during his time, he started what is called the Hope Project. And last night, we witnessed how this project has had impact on supporting, again, students, again, who are not able, I mean, these are talented students, they come to university, and then they are not able to afford to, to continue studying. So they get these fellowships which help them. And from these students, we also heard from how this funding helps them to transform their lives and gives them access to education. And the reason I'm saying this is that because today we are here talking about social justice, but one aspect of that is really trying to ensure that every child not only is not hungry, but also if you are not hungry, then you can focus on studying, on reading, and also on achieving your dreams. So I want to quote from Professor Russell Botman, his quotation that says that Africa needs a new generation of responsible leaders who will be willing to place the public good before the self-interest. So it is the legacy we want to leave behind, and we want to really acknowledge, of course, Professor Thuli Madonsela and the work she's doing in order to support, to bring us together to discuss issues around social justice, issues around hunger, but also really what she does around supporting students and fundraising initiatives. And of course, then I also want to say that you probably know about the Action for Inclusion initiative, which Professor Madonsela, of course, herself, promotes. And we normally have the annual social justice walk, which we would like to encourage all of you to attend. And I hope that the colleagues and she'll probably talk about it. And that initiative, apart from just having these conversations around where we talk about, let's raise funds, let's do this and that, but that helps not just for networking, but also raising funds for those students who cannot access higher education. So as a university, of course, we want to be a leading university, and our vision is to be a research-intensive university within Africa, but we also want to be relevant to society, not just within our region, but also within the continent and globally. And that comes with a lot of responsibility, of course. We've aligned our plans and strategy to the United Nations Sustainable Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, the South African National Development Plan 2030, the White Paper on Science, Technology and Innovation 2019, and then more recently, the new Decadal Plan 2021-2031, which talks about how to implement our research and innovation agenda. So colleagues, addressing some of the pressing issues we face requires us to work collaboratively. I think the English is disappearing after the choir. So, so I want to maybe just highlight 2 points and then I'll stop because I know our Chancellor will probably address some of the key issues as our keynote, is that we have to work collaboratively. So it's good to see this space where we bring people from academia, from civil society, from government, our partners within the continent, because we have a large Pan-African agenda. And as a university, you may ask me, what are we doing? So we have actually joined 2 networks. One network is the African Research University Alliance, which brings together different universities. And we are focusing on 4 broad themes, which are the green transition. These are aligned to the African Union and European Union innovation agenda. And then the other part is in innovation and technology, capacities for science, and then of course, public health. And we have formed these partnerships so that we can leverage more resources in order to do the research, but also support students to pursue their degrees, because we believe it's important on the research agenda to really use the information we have, the data we have, the trends that we get from different information to inform policy, but also to come up with solutions, services, products in order to improve our social and economic well-being, not only of ourselves, but of those that our communities and the people that we are working with. The other network that is part of this is the Guild of Research Intensive Universities, which is working with the African Research University Alliance in order to drive an agenda to work in these areas. And then maybe I'll give a second local network, which is we've formed a network, which is the Collaborative Institute for the Preparedness and Prevention of Pandemics. As you know, COVID-19 has had a great impact, but there are other pandemics, even as we sit here, that are coming up. And so just trying to help also with how we do research and create capacity for people to work in these areas so that we don't, again, end up the way we ended up during COVID-19, where there were many impacts which were social, economic, and also affected mental health. And then I think then to end this, maybe I should say that, so if you, some other exciting stuff, maybe I should just say something about some of the initiatives. So you notice that apart from the social justice work, Action for Inclusion, hashtag, please, if you have a phone, hashtag Action for Inclusion, apart from that work, there's also colleagues who participate in certain things like the marathons in order to fundraise. So we acknowledge those that work, help us to support our students in that area. But for us, I really want to say that, I want to really thank each one of you who are here, our partners who've made this day possible. And we look forward to you, engaging amongst yourselves and ourselves to come up with, recommendations that we can take forward, and also make sure that, no one is left behind just because they have no access to food. That means that they cannot achieve their dreams. And we really want to thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference as well. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is actually a video recording, so I'm going to ask you to take a look at your screens. It is Mr. Nelson Mofo, who is the head of the United Nations in South Africa and resident coordinator of the UN.
as well as to the conference host and director of the Center for Social Justice, my sister, Professor Tuli Madonsela, and her team. Distinguished participants, the United Nations is proud to accompany and engage with this vital gathering at a time when we stand at the forefront of a transformative era for the well-being of people and the planet. World leaders, only last month, just committed to the Pact for the Future, and it's up to all of us to action the outcome of the Summit of the Future. The Pact calls for action to eradicate poverty, end hunger, and food insecurity, close the finance gap in developing countries for sustainable development and climate change, as well as enhancing the role of an inclusive and equitable multilateral system as the engine for sustainable development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including the 17 global goals for people and planet, which was agreed in 2015 with a deadline for 2030, is also crucial, because without this, we cannot ensure a sustainable and equitable world for all generations, current and future. Regrettably, the progress towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals has been marked by disappointment and setbacks. A course correction, a reset, and accelerated interventions are needed because inequality has widened, poverty has increased despite concerted efforts to fight it. And as such, the aspired prosperity for all remains at risk. Distinguished participants, our partnership with the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University underscores a collective commitment to tackling one of the most pressing challenges of our time. As you're well aware, these include eradicating hunger and advancing social justice, and doing so in alignment with Sustainable Development Goal 2, which focuses on ensuring we have zero hunger. The United Nations Secretary General has repeatedly lamented that hunger is an outrage in a world of plenty. Further saying, an empty stomach is a gaping hole in the heart of society. Therefore, it is our shared and collective responsibility to ensure that everyone has access to sufficient, nutritious food that emanates from a transformed food system. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has brought to light the alarming reality that Africa is facing a severe food security crisis. Over 58% of the continent's population, that is approximately 300 million people, experience moderate or severe food insecurity. And by 2030, according to projections, this is going to be more than half of the world's chronically undernourished population residing in our beloved continent, Africa. Therefore, it is non-negotiable that we have to accelerate our collective efforts. Hunger is not merely an issue of insufficient food. It is a fundamental human rights concern and a priority as we seek to attain the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Looking at the Universal Declaration on the Eradication of Hunger and Malnutrition, alongside the Declaration on Human Rights, one can see that these all underscore the right of every individual to an adequate standard of living, which includes access to food. Recent global challenges and experiences, especially from the COVID-19 pandemic, to the prevailing geopolitical instabilities and crises and conflicts, as well as climate-related disasters, have all exacerbated these issues, revealing a deep-seated structural level of poverty and inequalities. These crises, cascading and interconnected, have increased global hunger and poverty, particularly impacting the poorest and most vulnerable populations, women and young people, and those in remote areas around the world. That's why UNESCO also reminds us that the broader framework within which we operate, which is about building inclusive societies, is not only a goal, but an imperative. We must bolster our social protection systems and increase investments in life cycle-based social protection across the continent, ensuring no one is left behind. initiatives, laudably initiatives, such as school feeding programs and junior school farms, can inspire a generation committed to sustainable and climate-smart agriculture, as well as equitable resource distribution. Distinguished participants, that's why as we reflect on these challenges, we need to also ensure that the call to action and our collective responsibility to act is clear and one which we embrace. We must join the Global Coalition for Social Justice, launched by the ILO, to intensify our collective efforts to address social justice deficits and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This coalition represents a groundbreaking initiative to foster multilateral cooperation and champion social justice on a global scale. Distinguished friends and participants, that is why the United Nations stands ready to support and accompany these efforts to harness our collective expertise and responsibility to create policies that are not only innovative, scalable, but also inclusive and just. As we look ahead to the 2025 Second World Conference on Social Development, let us move forward with urgency and hope. The future we envision is within our reach. Collective action is an imperative. Policymaking, informed by data and reflections from the academic community, is also critical at this point. And you can count on the United Nations family to keep on working with you and accompanying these efforts. And I wish you every success in your deliberations. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now welcome our keynote address, and that is Justice Edward Cameron. Allow me to read his bio to you. Former Justice of South Africa. No, we have to, sir. Former Justice of South Africa's Constitutional Court. I'm going to be fired if I don't.
Catherine says she'll be fired if we don't. Can we take a vote? No bio.
Okay, may I perhaps then say this? I will just introduce you as current Stellenbosch University's Chancellor, a remarkable global icon and figure, somebody who has championed human rights and social justice the world over. His entire bio is in the booklet, and I'll end it there.
Thank you so much, Catherine, and thank you for allowing me to almost get you fired. I do want to start by just going back a few steps, and I want to honor our host today, Dr. Marlene Leroux, who combines for me in her energies and in her passions everything she is. She's a person living with a disability. She is a distinguished opera singer, which we heard, more applause. And she is the first Black director of Artscape. Artscape, which shamefully was built with Black hands, was funded with Black taxes, Black and white taxes, and became a whites-only venue when I was at Stellenbosch 50 years ago, to our shame. And Marlene, you embody so much, your energies embody so much, and thank you for hosting us today. I want to do two more things. I want to go back to what Marlene said about Professor Thuli Madonsela. And I'm very proud to say that we were colleagues 33 years ago at the Center for Applied Legal Studies. Thuli was much younger than me. She came there when she was a teenager. But I want to pause for a moment and reflect on what Dr. Leroux said about Thuli. It was a crucial moment in our democracy. We had a president who right into his very office had introduced criminal syndicalization of our entire country. And our country was almost sold out to the global forces of money laundering, of looting and of stripping. It was a critical moment. And this person here, the organizer of this conference, Professor Thuli Madonsela, when public protector, did an astonishing thing. She released a report Parliament refused to implement it. She came to the Constitutional Court. I was very proud to concur in Chief Justice Bokweng's judgment, but without that pivotal moment of courage by a black woman, our country would not have had the chance. We have a small chance now. So please, Tuli, may I ask you to stand up again so that we can honor you. Thank you. And then secondly, I want to honor the Director General of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Zane Dangle. And I want to tell you why. Zane Dangle and Professor John Dugard, who is one of my mentors and was the head of the Center for Applied Legal Studies at WITS when Tuli and I were both staff members there in the early 90s. He and Zane Dangle are the progenitors of the innovative first-time challenge to the horrors of Gaza. Professor John Dugard and Zane Dangle have been the progenitors of that International Court of Justice action, which resulted in a historic provisional judgment against the State of Israel on the 26th of January this year. Zane, please won't you stand up? We honor you as well. Professor John Dugard was a student at Stellenbosch University in the 1950s. Like me, he was in Wilgenhof residence. We are both proud members of the best traditions of Wilgenhof. And he is an honorary, like Dr. Marlene Leroux, is an honorary doctorate of this university. And he is now almost 90. And he has been writing the memorial with his team assembled by Zane, the memorial, the final evidence and argument in that very important case. So thank you, everyone. I want to start by asking about the emotions that hunger instills in us. What emotions does hunger elicit? Anxiety, anger, fear, guilt, shame? I think it elicits all those emotions, and rightly so, especially the shame and guilt. And that's the theme of my talk today, which is that hunger exists. It's an inescapable fact. It's the premise of our whole conference. But the second fact is that it doesn't have to exist. There are simple facts that the world produces enough food. Our country is a middle-income country. We're not a poor country. We have enough food to feed everyone, and yet everyone is not fed. Hunger is an aching need. The dictionaries say it is the need for food, the state of not having enough food to eat, especially when this causes illness or death. It's different from feeling hungry, which is a feeling of physical need, which expects and anticipates fulfillment. Hunger is different. It's a political state, an intolerable state. It's an impediment to growth and resilience amongst children. They are at special risk. The WHO reports that 148 million children were stunted and 45 million were wasted because of hunger last year in 1993. This affects everything about their growth. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation estimates that climate change affects this as well. An additional 40 million children are at risk of stunting. Our Constitution, which we adopted 30 years ago, first in provisional form, and then 2 years later, after our Constitutional Assembly reworked it in final form, is a beautiful constitution. The Bill of Rights is a wonderful document. We have not fulfilled it. In section 27, 1B, it says that everyone in this country, not just South Africans, everyone in this country, there are very few provisions of the Bill of Rights that don't apply to everyone. The right to have access to sufficient food. This right so elementary is not fulfilled. The recently released National Food and Nutrition Security Survey shows the facts about stunting and wasting that I've mentioned. The right of access to sufficient food must be realized by government, and government's incapacities have failed to do that. So much so, if you look at this, if I try to rigorous, Marlene and I noticed this nog squiff, is dit nie? Ja, maar hy gaan nou val. Waar is Tembeletu? Tembeletu, is this going to fall? But the wonderful quote here, look at it, it comes from a judgment of Judge Celeste Potterill. Why did she give the judgment? Because at the start of COVID, there were millions of children, 9 million children out of 13 million school-going children who depended for their single daily nutritious meal on the school's feeding program. And when COVID came down, the government shut down the program. She issued a remarkable ruling brought by a non-governmental organization, one of the beacons in our democratic society, together with the media, the independent judiciary, is civil society, the watchdogs of rights and dignity. And she, the judge said, a more undignified scenario than the starvation of a child is unimaginable. The morality of a society is gauged by how it treats our children. The emphatic language was warranted. Our world need not carry the burdens of those emotions that I mentioned, the guilt and the shame, because we can change it. One of the objectives that Professor Madonsela set out in her conference objectives is action. And let us see how we use the next 2 days to get action. Why is this state of affairs that in our country we produce enough food to export? In our world, we produce enough food to feed 7 or 8 billion people, and yet significant numbers, huge numbers, which we've heard several times today, go hungry. The UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food, Ms. Hilal Elba, showed how far we are from achieving the social development goal. She speaks about the current industrial agricultural model, which is wasteful, cruel, causes greenhouse effects and pollutions. She highlights the causes of these financialized food systems, which are dominated by giant multinational corporations. This is not to make an anti-capitalist or an anti-corporation or an anti-capital accumulation point. It's to make a point about how they operate. Those points might also be valid, but those corporations operate in a way that leads to hunger. She speaks about how the financialization of food systems target smallholder farmers and peasants, how large-scale land acquisition by corporations, often without the consent of the communities affected, impinge on fishing, on local communities who have fertile land to feed themselves and to use subsistence farming in a larger way. She speaks about how processed low nutritional food is a cause of malnutrition. One thinks of the scandal about the Nestle baby feed, which was supplanting mother's milk for corporate gain. She speaks about the loss of biodiversity and environmental degradation. Protracted conflict, insecurity, and violence are also a cause of hunger. And let us pause a moment to think of 2 terrible conflicts, one on our continent and the one in Palestine, Israel, the Gaza conflict. And I want us to pause and to think about both of them. That in Sudan, hunger is being used as a weapon of war in violation of international human rights norms. And that is being done right now, as we sit here this morning, by the State of Israel and the Israeli Defense Force against the children of Gaza. They are using hunger as a weapon to achieve their war goals. It is a breach of international humanitarian law. And at the moment, the conflict agents in both Sudan and in Palestine, Israel, are getting away with it. Let us bow our heads just for a moment to think about the grief, the pain, the suffering that using hunger as a weapon of war in both those conflicts is causing. Let us add climate change and natural disasters The Special Rapporteur contends that the failure to act could push over 3 billion people into extreme poverty and hunger, with a possible increase in the total population at risk of hunger, which would rise to 20% in the next decades. As I've said, despite the fact that we are a middle-income country, we have a wretchedly high rate of hunger in our country, and child malnutrition and stunting are particularly devastating. 27% of children under 5 stunted for their age. 3% are wasted. Only 23% of children between the ages of 6 to 23 months are fed a minimal acceptable diet as we sit here. And how can that be? It's because of human weakness, lack of will, lack of competence, lack of functionality on the part of government, corruption. They are contributing factors. As we sit here just a few hundred kilometers away in the Eastern Cape province, severe acute malnutrition has more than doubled over the last 18 months. Donors and community moms have had to step in, another instance of our reliance in our democracy on civil society and individual agency. They are feeding thousands of people in the Eastern Cape without state support. And yet, more sustainable and far-reaching solutions are available to us if we exercise our agency, our determination, our political will. That case of Judge Potterill, equal education versus the Minister of Basic Education, shows us how. And this was to ensure that the National Schools Nutrition Program continued to provide nutrition during COVID, and Judge Potterill gave that order. The court condemned the wretched state of affairs where children were not getting the meals that they would only get at school. She highlighted that 30% of South African population experiences levels of food insecurity. Why? Let us think about that question over the next 2 days. She underscored how desperately the children of our country need nutrition at school. I gave the figure of 9 million out of 13 million kids at school who need that program. There was no justification for the calamity that the department was wreaking on the country's children, millions of them. The case showed, and Judge Potterill's judgment showed, how devastating incompetence, lack of will, misguidedness, and corruption can be. But it also embodies a hopeful message, a message about what we can do when we act with determination, with efficiency, how we can challenge hunger's grip. It reminds me of one of the most hopeful stories of our country's democracy. As we became a democracy, we faced the horrible onset of a virus, AIDS, HIV, a virus that not only caused death and was at that time untreatable, let alone incurable, but also a virus that was burdened by terrible shame and stigma, still is. The first problem was the fact that the medications that were eventually discovered to treat it, 94, 95, 96, were unavailable in Africa because they were so inordinately expensive. 30 to 40 million of us on this continent, 2/3 of the world's people affected by HIV and AIDS, face death, a lingering, grueling, appalling death by AIDS. I knew because I'd become infected with HIV as a young man in the 1980s. But as a judge appointed by President Mandela in 1994, I was able to afford, with 1/3 of my judge's salary, some of the first antiretrovirals in our country. The treatment action campaign was started by Zaki Ahmed, a young black man. In 1998, he said to exclude Africans from access to life-saving treatment, to leave them to suffer illness, disability, family disintegration, social disintegration, and death, because of drug companies' profit accumulation is intolerable. He won that battle. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Clinton Foundation, eventually, 4 years after the foundation of the Treatment Action Campaign, negotiated a deal where the Indian drug companies could make the drugs cheaply available. I started antiretroviral therapy paying a third of my salary. I now take a daily tablet, which costs my judge's insurance cover 300 Rand, $10 to $12 a month. That was an achievement of young people from the townships, from the marginalized communities who marched in this city, marched down this boulevard, marched in Pretoria, marched in Johannesburg, marched to the union buildings, and succeeded in shaming the drug companies. But a second horror waited: presidential denialism. President Mbeki refused to accept the etiology of AIDS. He refused to make the drugs that I knew had already saved my life available to our people. And the Treatment Action Campaign confronted him with all the force of the Bill of Rights: the right of association, of freedom of movement, of freedom of expression, the right to go to court. And the Constitutional Court, before I was there, led by Justice Arthur Chastelson, Deputy Chief Justice Pius Nkonzo Langa, gave an order, a magnificent order that required President Mbeki's government to start making ARVs available. Today, we have, because of individual agency, action, determination, principled anger, well-directed, well-focused, strategic anger, we in South Africa have the world's largest publicly provided treatment program. I'm proud to say that. 7 million people like me are receiving life-saving antiretroviral medication because of young people like you, because of determination on the part of people like you. Yes, let's applaud the young people of our country. And to President Mbeki's honor, he faced the biggest moral and personal issue of his presidency when that judgment came out, and he bowed his head before the rule of law, thereby securing the rule of law for people like Professor Thuli Madonsela to take the next steps to ensure that it was enforced. So let's honor President Mbeki as well for bowing his head. Two ethical issues. Two big ethical issues. We exploit workers to fill our stomachs. Agricultural workers spend long days doing grueling, hello, welcome. Thank you. I won't tickle you like I tickled Catherine. In this very province, what a beautiful province, a province of great natural beauty, of fecundity, of fertile hills and plains. Agricultural workers suffer undue burdens in their work conditions. The special rapporteur noted workers experience debt bondage, exploitive pay-by-piece schemes, limited collective bargaining, lack of social protections. Key to reforming our food production is to respect those hands, mostly black and dark-skinned hands, that produce the food that we eat. My second point comes with a warning. I hope you're going to feel very uncomfortable, including Professor Thuli Madonsela. She's expecting this, by the way. It's the intolerable cruelty that we inflict on sentient beings like ourselves, on animals, in order to feed our greed for animal flesh. We like to imagine that the eggs and milk and meat we consume are produced on happy farming farms. They are not. It's an almost entirely a myth, one that we embrace because it lulls our own consciences, the feelings of guilt and shame that I spoke about earlier. It suits the big companies that the special rapporteur spoke about. Mass production of animals for humans to eat their flesh is unspeakably cruel. In addition, it is damaging to our body and to the world. It is also staggeringly inefficient. To produce 1 kilogram of beef, the flesh of a dead cow or ox, takes 7 kilograms of edible protein or maize. 7-to-1 is the proportion. That is why it cannot be justified. First, animal agriculture. I'm speaking of mass agriculture. I'm not speaking of small farms or traditional communities which live in sustainable relation to their crops and to their animals. I'm talking of industrialized conditions, bad for animals. They are conscious. They feel discomfort, pain, anxiety. They feel apprehension of suffering and death. They experience horror. They have thoughts, feelings, bonds. And with us, we cannot deny these inescapable facts, and yet we lull ourselves, we desensitize ourselves, we anesthetize ourselves from those facts. Some claim that meat eating is natural. Others say it has roots in cultural and religious practices. These are weasel arguments because the way that industrialized production of animal flesh for human consumption is done today has got nothing to do with traditional religious or other practices. We have pets. We love our pets. We would be horrified to inflict cruelty upon them. Why are we willing to inflict cruelty on those who are slaughtered en masse, transported en masse, transported in a way that became an international scandal in Cape Town Harbor a few months ago, when tens of thousands of animals were trapped on a boat in the most unspeakably ghastly conditions? Second, it's also bad for us. Medical experts agree that animal-based foods may give rise to chronic cardiometabolic diseases. We feed them antibiotics, we feed them growth hormones. All of those come back to us. It's very bad for our planet. It is the primary contributor to deforestation and the loss of biodiversity. 70% of the destruction of global forests is carried out in order to grow animal feed. Massive amounts of fresh water, 20% of fresh water gobbled up. Industrially produced meat for consumption is also responsible for emitting tons of greenhouse gases. The UN Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that 11% of the greenhouse gas emissions are caused by the industrialized production of animal flesh. That's more, 11%, than all the cars, all the planes, and all the ships on Earth combined. That's a stunning fact. Peer-reviewed studies indicate that that figure is much higher than 11%. And most pertinent to why we are here this morning, animal agriculture, mass production of animal flesh, causes hunger. Why? It's enormously wasteful and inefficient. Livestock farming uses one-third of the world's grain, and two-thirds of soya, maize, and barley. Feeding all of this to animals so that those privileged amongst us who can eat well, can include in their well-eating meat, is insupportable. It is far less efficient than using that food directly to feed the hungry. A third of global cropland is used to grow feed for livestock, not for people. And that inefficiency that I've spoken about is also distributed unequally. Fertile land in poor, food insecure countries, especially in Africa, as the UN representative was saying, and South America, is grabbed to produce animal feed to provide meat to the richest nations in the world. Developed nations import hundreds of thousands of tons of animal feed from our continent in order to feed it to animals for consumption. In South Africa, right here, 53% of maize, more than half our maize crops from the Northwest Province, from the Free State Province, from Mpumalanga, is used for animal feed. It is worrying and perplexing that our government and industry seem to have a master plan idea to increase the output of beef in order to export. This will be directed to profit-making exports rather than to feeding the children just a few hundred kilometers from us in the Eastern Cape who are being wasted by hunger. So let me get to the point, and I will be concluding in a few minutes. One of the simplest ways to eliminate hunger on our earth is to eat less. I'm not asking that everyone stop immediately, but to eat less. Yeah. Yeah. To eat less animal flesh. And we should have sustained programs. They have worked out that if there's one non-meat day per week in Europe, it will reduce global emissions, reduce the need for animal feed, and reduce hunger in the world. We should all be committed to that. And I want to tell a story, and this also Professor Thuli is expecting. I asked, when I was asked to give this keynote, whether this conference would be a non-meat conference. I was promised that they would explore it. Well, those nervous giggles, I hope so. I hope so. And what came back to me just a few days ago, after some weeks of silence, was that the university, Professor Moyo, we're not targeting you, did not include in its budget a food budget for the conference, and therefore there had to be a sponsorship from Spur, which is a largely animal flesh consuming and serving chain of restaurants in South Africa. Well, the fact is, Spur has a vegetarian option and vegetarian menu, and I regret very much that the conference didn't insist on that vegetarian menu. That's it, Prof. Thuli. Let me conclude. I hate it when speakers say, as I conclude, and then they drone on for 20 minutes. I'm not going to drone on for 20 minutes. I'm going to conclude in the next 2 minutes. What is my point of all of this? Hunger is remediable. The remedy lies within our own agency. The remedy is one that we should be considering over the next 2 days. The ones I've mentioned about the environment, about health, and about cruelty. There's no problem that I've mentioned in the last 20 minutes that we cannot fix. What is lacking is our belief in our own agency. What is lacking is our own non-reversal, our failure to embrace the responsibility of the power that we have as citizens. Once we understand that we have power, we also have a duty to use it. We can demand interventions on the systems that enable corporations to reap profits that undermine access to food for the most vulnerable. We can campaign against the promotion of food without nutritional value. Will this conference be doing that? We can take a stand against environmental degradation. We can speak out against the violence and conflict of Gaza and Sudan that exacerbate hunger and where hunger is used as an implement of cruelty and warfare. We can do much, much more personally. If the world eats less of the flesh of dead animals that are raised in appallingly cruel circumstances, we will instantly be able to reduce suffering, emit fewer destructive greenhouse gases, and instantly make more plant protein available for hungry people to eat. That means that each of us, including me, should say no to cruelty, to degradation, to waste. We sit here this morning, all of us, nourished, gleaming with health. There's nothing sinful in that, provided that we use the benefits of our power, our health, our wealth, to make sure that others can be freed from this debilitating oppression of hunger. Thank you.
Justice, thank you so much for that. Very insightful. And I think you leave us with so much to think about. And it really goes back to our personal choices. It's not just about the collective and what we're going to leave having done here as a collective, as part of this conference, within our institutions. But before anything, we have to ask ourselves, what are the daily choices that we make? Because ultimately, it all starts there. You reminded me of the daily work that we do. And in some of the communities where we work, some of the children that we feed through civil society and through the organization that I am a part of only eat a meal once every fourth day. This is the reality on the ground. It is not only used as a weapon of war, which it certainly is, and it pains us on a daily basis to see what is happening the world over, but just in our very communities, just in this community right here, how many students do we know that go hungry every day? How many of the colleagues that work with us that we are aware of are in actual fact hungry? So many people in our own country survive only to be able to know what they're going to feed their children on that day. They live just to be able to provide a meal. I think of the work that we've done, and in some of the communities where I've worked, I think of the people specifically in Afghanistan where I've worked, and in other war-torn countries where children gather grass in order to boil it in water and to be able to drink something that tastes a little bit different to water to sustain themselves. Where children of the age of 3 and 4 are working in order to buy one potato to feed a family of 6 every second day. These are the stories of the things that are going on in our very communities. In our very, hunger doesn't always have a face. And so what you shared with us is important for us to go back and to actually understand how many of us came from a home today where you opened the fridge and you had choices, where you have a counter in your house where there is food on that counter that allows you choices. But this puts us in a bracket of the percentage of people that is very small at the top of that food chain. Ladies and gentlemen, our closing remarks for this session will be done by none other than Professor Thuli Madonsela, who will make her way onto stage. But I would like to please just make a few remarks. Please don't tickle me, please. Don't moan at me, but allow me. She's the Director of Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. Professor Thuli Madonsela is the Director the Director of the Center of Social Justice in the Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University and the Law Trust Research Chair in Social Justice Studies. A renowned advocate for democracy, she was a key figure in drafting South Africa's constitution and co-authored several major laws, including the Equality Act. Professor Madonsela served as the Public Protector of South Africa and has had an extensive background in applied constitutional and social justice law. Ladies and gentlemen, our host for today, please put your hands together for Prof. Thuli Madonsela.
Thank you, Catherine, for an amazing job. And of course, to the two program directors yesterday, Mshai and Lizzo, for an amazing job as well. Greetings, esteemed colleagues, dignitaries, diplomats, and leaders of various organizations. A special greeting, of course, to our keynote speaker, the amazing Justice Edwin Cameron, who I would like to engage with on the justice of eating and the issue of meat. But we're not going to resolve that here. We're just going to give him an instrument that is called Siam and get him to play with it. It's called the Social Justice Explorer. And It's an instrument to look at, if you make a decision on a policy, who will be the winners and who will be the losers? And is that your intention? Because we think that people get shot through stray bullets and not the intended targets. But what an amazing keynote address. What an amazing morning. What an amazing yesterday. Justice is the first virtue of social institutions, as truth is to systems of thought. Each person possesses an inviolability founded on justice that even the welfare of society as a whole cannot override it. That was John Rawls, A Theory of Justice, published in 1971, amended between 1971 and 1991. I hope you agree with me and all of the presenters we've heard since yesterday that one of the worst forms of exclusion from the commonwealth of humanity is exclusion from the justice of eating. Of course, I'm borrowing, as our keynote speaker did, from Pretoria High Court Judge Sulet Potgieter in the equal education case. She herself was quoting Chilean poet Pablo Neruda, who wrote in the 70s, "All I ask for is the justice of eating." And we've heard from speaker after speaker, from Maria Fernanda, who said yesterday that almost 1 billion of people in the world are food insecure. That was the figure given by Her Excellency Maria Fernanda Espinosa. We've heard from speakers telling us 63% of households in South Africa are food insecure. And Justice Cameron has distilled this into the justice of eating for children, and indicating that more than 1/3 of children in our country are food insecure. We've heard from our colleague, Mr. Nelson Mofa, that the current UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has said hunger is an outrage in a world of plenty. And he himself said an empty stomach is a gaping hole in the heart of humanity. Our keynote speaker, Justice Cameron, has given us figures after figures of what's happening globally on the hunger front. Mr. Mofa did the same thing. And the same thing was done by our keynote speaker yesterday, Excellency Maria Fernanda Espinosa. we've now learned that Africa is the most food insecure continent. Paradoxically, it's one of the continents with the largest land mass and arable land. And most of the food we eat, even if we don't go the route that our keynote address has said we must go, but the most of the food we eat comes from the ground. So what stands in the way of eating? Our colleagues, Stephen Devereux and Mark Haywood, wrote an article in the Daily Maverick on the 14th of October this month. The argument is that the answer simply lies in the fact that we've normalized hunger. And I saw that during the student accommodation crisis. A colleague, Rudy Bays, who was helping as we were paying from our own pockets and trying, we're not those kinds of lawyers that only put their hands in your pockets. I hope you've heard that joke. It was called today, I even saw a lawyer with hands in their own pocket. So we were putting hands in our own pocket. But he said that a colleague had said to him, the Center for Social Justice was at fault here because we're insisting on giving them a balanced diet. And that's keeping them around. Number two, more are coming for food. And so when I read this article by Mike Haywood and Stephen Devereux, it reminded me that we've normalized hunger. And it's not because we're evil. That's why we've included in our discussions the role of neuroscience. Is that what is normalized is what plays out every day as normal. And we're just conditioned to find it normal. So the alchemy of hunger is around us, and we're okay with it because it's there. But I want to make you a bit uncomfortable. Is it more than the normalization of hunger? Is it possible that we've normalized the suffering of certain groups in society? Is it possible that that's the reality? And which are the groups in society do we find it normal to see them suffer? I believe in certain countries, it's certain tribes that have historically been marginalized, and when we see them hungry, it's normal. In certain societies, in virtually all societies, it's the poor. When we see them hungry, it's normal. What happened to Phil Collins' approach? I can't sing like you, Dr. Malin. Much as we appreciate your singing, it's amazing. I only sing with my family at home because they're not going to judge my singing. But hopefully we'll get Dr. Malin Leroux with her amazing opera voice, which is only matched by her commitment to social justice and just creating a society that's good for all, a world that's good for all, including people with disabilities. The song that I used to enjoy when I was young, I was young once, was by Phil Collins, Another Day in Paradise. So Justice Cameron talks about the feelings that occur among hungry people. Hunger itself, the pain of hunger, fear, anger, guilt, and shame. But there was a time, at least according to Phil Collins, where we too felt guilty when we saw people being hungry, when we too felt ashamed when we had more than enough to eat whilst others were hungry. So what happened? So Mark Haywood and the Daily Maverick are saying it got normalized. But the uncomfortable one in the context of countries where there's been slavery, colonialism, and just blatant racism such as ours. A friend of mine, Nick Dahl, who writes these stories together with Make You Black on a history that has no color. So in their books, the heroes are all colors and all genders. And of course, the delinquents are all colors and all genders. So he sent me this note after reading an article I wrote on hunger. Mandela said this about South Africa now. White tends to regard Africans as a separate breed. They do not look upon them as people with families of their own. They do not realize that we have emotions. We fall in love like white people. That we do not want, that we want to be with our wives and children like white people. Want to be with theirs. We want to earn money, enough money to support our families properly. So does everyone believe that every group, whether they're gypsies in, well, what are they? They're not called gypsies, whether the Roma people in Europe, or indigenous people in this continent, do we believe that every human being deserves, as Pablo Neruda did, the justice of eating? Justice Cameron gave us a very clear picture of what do we stand to lose if we allow hunger. We lose peace, social cohesion. But yesterday we were also told that we lose functional economies. Hope, that was Professor Sibusiso Moyo, our TVC, standing in for Prof. Vim, the Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch University, said, okay, there's all of these things that are going wrong, but there's hope. And she took us back to the pedagogy of hope by the late Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch, Professor Russell Botman. And I thought, without hope, we are doomed. And our keynote speaker has said, hunger is a redeemable situation. So to be able to do that redemption, we need hope, which Prof. Sibu Moyo said we can have. And what can we do to change things through hope? Prof. Sibu said one of the things we can do is donate what we have. And she gave us an example of the work that was done by Russell Botman. She gave us an example of what Prof. Pumla Kobodo has done with the money she got. She had no obligation to give some of the money to Stellenbosch University and to the students. She did so. And yesterday I spoke about examples that we too were paying for students from our pocket. And until July, I was paying for some students from my pocket for their accommodation. 5, we couldn't get them scholarships. after having carried 30 as a group. And one of the lecturers, and I'm not going to mention her, she knows who she is in this room, then stepped in to take care of the things beyond July. One student couldn't re-register at the beginning of this year, and my colleague, my friend, Mandy Takis, paid her fees so that she could re-register. But then there was a question of where is she going to stay? Jeanette Mombert and her family made sure that she had a place to she had a place to stay. And another student early last week, was about to be kicked out of accommodation for owing 3 months, and I was all out. And when we reach out to Mandy, so yes, we can reach out from our own pockets. We have also been told that it's government's job. But Mr. Muffa has said, yes, it's the government's job, but it's our job too. It's a question of different responsibilities. Just lastly, to support that approach, Prof. Vim yesterday spoke about the Musa Plan for Social Justice. The Musa Plan understands, as they did in Europe at the end of the Second World War, that governments alone, even without corruption, without maladministration, without incompetence, they were not going to be able to deal with the backlog that had been caused by the war. They were not going to be to deal with the aftermath of hunger, devastation, and infrastructure backlog that was the result of the First World War. So part of the reason the world is hungry is because some of these continents have been devastated through extractive relationships with others. Some communities within the same country are hungry because of extractive relationship at work. So instead of waiting for government, we can all just pay a fair wage. We can all just pay suppliers fairly. But I'm sorry here, I'm preempting the multiple discussions that are going to happen. Justice Cameron honored the DG of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dango. We can all ensure there is no war. And one way of reducing the chance of war is fairness. That's what world leaders understood, hence the Treaty of Versailles. That's what world leaders understood, hence the Treaty of Versailles 1919 and the UN Charter in 1945. And that's why we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So what are the green shoots that have come from our colleagues here? SDGs, that's what Mr. Mofas was saying we should focus on. Collaboration, Professor Sibu. And Ethiopians do say, when spider webs unite, we can tie up a lion. Anti-war, that's what everyone has said, including our keynote speaker. But conscientious leaving is what Justice Cameron has asked us to think about. Since we are researchers though, and we are academics, I will ask ourselves to say, what place do pure people will have immediately if we immediately say, stop eating meat? How much does it cost to buy healthy vegan food? Can your domestic worker afford it? Can your gardener afford it? And if they can't afford it, how do we include them in this commonwealth that includes the justice of eating? But that's not me pushing back against the whole idea of moving away. It's the same way when people were saying, let's go green, we said, how do you go green without leaving others behind? And at that stage, when we started that gospel, they kept telling us, oh no, green energy creates more jobs. And we said, for who? So So the idea was not either or. It was, if you're going to do it in ways that make sure there are no winners and there are no losers and nobody is left behind. And I think he has challenged us about being conscientious. And and this is not the first time this kind of language is being used. There's a book called Ishmael that I read many years ago, where the writer of the book questions the Judo-Christian notion that we are the supreme sentience and everything else on earth has been created for our consumption, that we're allowed to be a super predator. Because that mindset also allows us to be predators against each other, because once we hierarchize life. But having said that, where do we go now? I think we need more research into these matters, and our colleagues will be giving us that research. For my side, from the Center for Social Justice, I believe that at the end of this conference, please, let's do more than a resolution or declaration. Can we have pledges? So that when we collect those pledges, we do what Ethiopians say, when spider webs unite, we can tie up a lion. And the lion we have to tie up is hunger. And why we need spider webs is because it's a multi-dimensional problem. Thank you.
I'm going to ask all of the speakers from the session just to please make their way to stage so that we can just do one group photo. And while they're doing their photo, I'm going to ask each of you to grab your phones, take out your phone. At the back of your booklet, as I mentioned earlier, all the social media hashtags, accounts to tag are on here. So let us put out that you're here today. Let us have conversations online, and let's start sharing some of the many pearls of wisdom that came out of this session. If I could please ask for our speakers just to quickly make it back onto stage. Dr. Marlene Leroux, Prof. Sibusiso Moyo, Justice, if you'll make your way to stage as well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to be doing a group photo with all of the guests. So we're going to ask you to just grab your personal items. The group photo with everybody included will happen at the entrance of the Artscape downstairs. You're going to take a quick photo, grab a cup of coffee, and come back with your coffee so we can start the next session. We are tight on time and we don't want to have to tighten too many people's gatherings on the stage. So if I can ask you to make your way downstairs for the official photo.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take the group photo outside. Please, let's make our way to the group photo. Yeah. On the steps, please. Okay. Please, let's go take the group photo. Yeah, we're gonna continue. Let's get the main guys there.
Afternoon. All right, welcome back after the photo shoot and the Marlene making sure that we get Artscape in 10,000 times. We're starting the next panel and I'll be the moderator for this panel, but can I just ask those of the speakers who are here to please come to the front? I know some of them have not arrived. They were going to join online, but unfortunately they're not here. So if we can, Dr. Wahab, the ambassador of Libya, suppose he's not here. I haven't seen him. Andreas Peshka, I did see, if you can come to the front. Aisha Kandas, there she is. Mr. Durket from France, and then Miss World South Africa, Ms. Jantje van Rensburg is here as well. No, I'll sit there, I'll stand there. No, you've got to sit in order of precedence. I'm joking. I think that's it. Right? Right. Okay, let's kick off. We have to make up some time, and I've been told that we have about 30 minutes. So the process would be that each of the speakers, I'll give just very brief opening remarks. And then I'm going to give each of the speakers about 5 minutes. Sorry, we have to curtail your time. We have to catch up. And then hopefully we'll have about 10 minutes left for questions and answers. So I want to just start off by saying that the opening session reminded me why
Maybe interrupt you.
Sure, Zaki Ahmed, as a veteran activist, if you want to interrupt, you can interrupt.
We don't want to disrupt out of respect for Professor Madunsela and yourself. But we would like to address the German public. If we may steal a few minutes of your program.
Andreas? Okay.
So I am speaking on behalf of Music People Platform Southside, and I demand that we demand.
Take the mic so that everyone can hear you.
We demand that the VC revokes its invitation to cense on the basis of UCT's commitment to a just society and its stance against the ongoing genocide, scolasticide, and apartheid regime in Israel. We insist that UCT does not platform Axel Springer. At least 140 journalists have been murdered outright by Israel during its genocide of Palestinians. Platforming a fascist news organization is blatantly disrespectful to their memory and legitimizes media that enabled genocide. We say no platform for genocide, no platform for occupiers, no platform for racism, not in the name of social justice, not ever.
I speak in the tradition of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. I speak in the tradition of Germans who resisted the genocide against Namibians. I speak in the name of all of us who oppose genocide and war. And we deeply regret that you were invited here, because you should not have a program, sir. Het jy geen skaamte nie? Do you have no shame to appear in public? We want to say this. Germany has given the greatest support for the state of Israel to abusing the pain of the genocide against Jewish people. We want to say this. Many Jewish people, including Rosa Luxemburg, supported justice and equality for every person. And she supported free speech. Yet, this representative of the Reich is a representative of Jewish people and Palestinian people who, as we speak, when they protest, are jailed, are beaten up, including children, by police that look no different from the Nazis. Sir, have you no shame? You are one of the largest arms suppliers of the State of Israel. Sir, have you no shame? I would like to say, I'm not going to stay for your remarks. I will go out. And I would ask anyone who supports the state of Palestine, the people of Palestine, not that state which is corrupt, but to support the people of Palestine, the people of Lebanon, the people of Iran, and yes, Iran, because there are people there. So, sir, you are not welcome in our midst.
Can I give the mic over to the organizer, Twilly?
Yes. Well, my apology, dear colleagues. I'm not scheduled to speak. I do understand that death and war causes anger and frustration. And of course, many of us are frustrated by what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in the Ukraine, what's happening in Somalia. And there will be platforms here where the implications of those wars on hunger will be discussed. So I just stand here to apologize to the German ambassador for what has been said. I do not condemn activists saying whatever they would like to say, but there's a place and a time for everything. The approach we take at the chair in social justice is similar to the approach taken by One Young World, and which is the Mandela approach. That you talk to people you disagree with. Those who know about my theory of justice consciousness would know that I disagree with cancellation of people. I've got a 5-stage justice consciousness theory, which I'm not going to talk about now. Because if we can't talk to each other, how will we find each other? But also I do believe that those of us who believe we're on the right side of justice should be exemplary in how we treat others. How do we convert people to our side if our side is as ugly as the things we condemn? So I apologize to, and I'm not taking away what my colleague Zaki, we come from CALS together, and I don't condemn the views, because each one of us as academics have a right to hold the views we want to hold. I'm just saying on this platform, every ambassador we've invited is welcome. The German ambassador, the Turkish ambassador, the French embassy, and even Miss World South Africa. You all welcome, colleagues, because we want to hear what you have to say. And then we have an opportunity to then respond to what you've said. But I do agree, I do also ask, just from a social justice point of view and from a fairness point of view, which is at the core of justice, let's engage with each other from a point of view of Ubuntu. I am because you are, we are. I respect your humanity, and I invite you to respect my humanity too. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Madonsela. I think you've contextualized what the activists have done and you've laid the ground rules for how to engage and what the engagement should be about. And, I was going to also just say what this morning's, session reminded us is that South Africa, we have the space and the moral duty to actually be activists in the spaces that we are. It's how we do that as well. Your role as a public protector was brought to the front and center when you challenged power in the most fundamental way. We've seen Justice Cameron do that from the bench. And on the HIV and AIDS struggle, he mentioned Zaki Ahmed very specifically this morning. And that activism was reflected in terms of making fundamental changes. And so I think it's part and parcel of our DNA, but we also need to engage, in a way that will allow others to make their voices heard. That is part of who we are as South Africans. We are activist bureaucrats at times. We're activist judges. We're activist public protectors. And we know that sometimes it's an uncomfortable space. But let's recreate some of the comfort, because maybe Andreas can, in his time, take the opportunity to say a few words on some of these matters, if he so chooses to do. We are dealing with the issue of this morning on strengthening international relations and the role of diplomacy and international relations for social justice and food security. I was going to ask the Brazilian ambassador to open up, but he's not here because I hope it's not going to fall again. The term zero hunger really comes from the Portuguese term fome zero, which was zero hunger. And the Brazilian city of Belo Horizonte actually showed that eliminating hunger is possible with the right policies and the political will to do so. It was a city of 4 million people that essentially was the first city globally to eradicate hunger. And they then, in that city, decided that, Article 25 of the Declaration of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights is cited in the program, and it doesn't say some people, it says all people. The same with our Article 25, that the Article 27 and 28 in our Constitution, it says everyone, not some people. And I think Advocate Madonsela, Professor Madonsela these days, did tell us that there are hierarchies of superiority domestically and globally that defines who are deserving of hunger and who are deserving of justice. So I think that the Brazilian Fome Zero lesson would have been very useful for us to listen to. And Brazil is the current chair of the G20, and they've elevated Fome Zero from a domestic issue into an international issue. So this program is very timely. So I'm going to hand over in no particular order of precedence for our guests to speak. But perhaps what I'll do is I'll start with Excellency Ms. I call her Aisha, Aisha Kandas, the Ambassador of Turkey, to speak for 5 minutes, followed then by Andreas Peschke, the Ambassador of Germany. And then, is it Mr. Corentin? You'll speak after that, and we'll close off this session then before questions and answers with Ms. Janssen van Rensburg. Okay. So Aisha, over to you, and there's going to be a clock over there. There's going to be...
Oh my God, thank you.
So just watch the clock occasionally.
Okay, I'll watch the clock, yeah. I hope to be within my time limit. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about a little bit sustainable development goals and Turkey, what Turkey is doing, because I had seen in the program that we would be also talking about international examples and maybe some best practices. And then I want to give information about what we are doing in South Africa. And I think it'll also sound familiar to you, Zain, because actually the first meeting we had at my residence, I was hosting you for lunch 3.5 years ago, and I had asked you about social development programs, what the Turkish embassy in Pretoria could do in South Africa. And you said, why don't you look at kitchens of schools? Why don't you look at food security and providing food for the schools during the day? And that gave me a clue. I started with that actually in South Africa, so that's a good memory for me. But when it comes to Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals, Turkey is fully committed to those goals and translated the SDGs into its national development plan. It is something that has political will and ownership, endorsement by the Turkish government, especially the presidency. So during those times, 2 decades, when Turkey had an annual growth rate of 5.5%, the country was able to implement most of these SDGs and the National Development Plan. There were 75 special expert commissions and working groups, lots of regional consultations, online citizen surveys, and then there were reports. The first one was published in 2016 to monitor the progress. And then a national SDG best practices database was created, including 400 projects and models. So there was high-level commitment, and there was a principle of leaving no one behind that we hear all the time, right? It was the key value for Turkey's 2030 agenda. So since 2000, the year 2000, there has been an inclusive social security system established in the country, many social aid programs. I wanted to give you just a few. For instance, universal health insurance for all. This sounds very similar to NHI here in South Africa. So anybody, any citizen can get medical aid. It's free of charge, can get free health service all over Turkey. And then we had, in 2011, the Syrian crisis. Syrian refugees started coming into Turkey. So they had to be included in the social security insurance system, which has been a little bit of a burden on the budget. So the Syrian refugees, at some point it was 4 million. And Andreas will also attest to that, because we started getting EU aid, the FRIT facility, the facility for Syrian refugees from the European Union, a certain fund, so we could give them public services in the country. And so they could get free health services and public services, just like the Turkish citizens. There was an emergency social security network program, and 1.5 million of those refugees are making use of it. There has been a food card project, conditional cash transfers, and there is all that stuff. Now, coming to food security. In Turkey, as one of the SDG goals, subsistence farming is one of the priorities, which is you need to really help farmers, and you need to help people, the public in general, in the rural communities, to have food security. And for that, there has been a direct correlation between education and as a best weapon against poverty. So there's this correlation between education and eradication of poverty, correlation between hunger and gender equality. In order to solve these, we had to empower women to gain access to food. So everything is actually interrelated. And then since 2007, we have achieved a lot of progress in food security and lowering down poverty. in the country, the percentages. So since I have very little time, can I just, maybe you won't give me another time to speak, Zain, will you? Will you give me another time? Okay, thank you. So coming to South Africa, what we have been doing is development cooperation projects. We have the funds. We have spent around 60 million rand for 70 projects since 2018 in all provinces. Some of these are donation of greenhouses to schools, so they can have lunch. I've been to many of those project openings. Another one, we cooperated with IFRC. Why? Because tree planting, their big tree planting project in Africa, when you plant fruit trees, especially in the gardens of schools, that also helps them. It's a sustainable project. And there's also this problem when it comes to food security, water, security of water, sanitation. So we had water treatment projects. I can give you more examples of what we are doing in South Africa. This is part of the Ubuntu spirit that we have with South Africa. Thank you. Exactly, Antar.
We did give you an extra few seconds. So it appears that the ambassador for Brazil, Benedicto Fonseca Filho, is online and he's got some time considering. So if you don't mind, I'll give him the floor next. Benedicto, over to you. Is he linked in? One more. Okay. All right, thanks. Okay, so we'll go over to you, Andreas.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe before I start off on the topic, just a word on what was said at the beginning. I listened very carefully. Mengelalele kakuhle kakhulu. As a diplomat, I firmly believe in dialogue. Kungcono ukukhuluma, ukuthetha, ukuxoxa. And so I think it's important to talk to each other. It's even more important to talk to each other on issues where we don't agree. So I don't think it's useful to shout at each other. I think we need to sit down, we need to have a dialogue and to find joint solutions. On the topic of the day, thank you for this conference, Professor Tuli. Also because the conference puts into focus where we have been failing, where we have been lacking, which is the implementation of the SDG 2, Zero Hunger. I think we have to be honest. Uma siteta iqiniso. Sihlulekile. We have failed. Asizanga sifinyelela umgomo we-SDG 2. Asizanga sinqoba inhlala emhlabeni. We haven't defeated hunger in this world as we have committed to do in the SDGs. And that's, I think, actually a very sad observation. But as this conference rightly implies, this is a social question. Hunger affects those mostly who are affected mostly anyway, who are the most vulnerable, the poor, the marginalized, and those who suffer from conflict. Hunger reflects the injustice in our society, but it also reflects the injustice in our world. And of course, there is a north-south issue here in terms of distribution. But when I talk about the north, I think we have to say north is not only west. In this case, we are talking about east and west, which form the north in that context.
So when we talk about the need to reform our international system, to make it more just, more equitable, and fairer, we also need to talk about making SDG 2 a reality. We need to talk about eradicating hunger. And this is not only about humanitarian assistance to address emergency situation, it is also about addressing the systemic root causes of hunger. Sidingwa ukulwa, nesizathu zeqiniso zenhlala. Angithi, we have to fight with the root causes of hunger. First of all, and it was mentioned, there's conflict. Conflict is an accelerator and catalysator of hunger. Look at Sudan on this continent. Hundreds of thousands of people are suffering from hunger, mostly because of the civil war. That's number one, conflict. Number two, climate change. Climate change causing extreme weather events like the drought in parts of Southern Africa and anywhere and other places in the world. I think we need to tackle the effects of climate change, and we need to work on adaptation and mitigation. It's quite important. And the third thing is, in our geopolitical reality, there's an issue of weaponizing foodstuffs. It has been mentioned before. Just to give you another example, when much needed grain from Eastern Europe could not be exported because of Russia's war against Ukraine. That was in 2022. For Germany, the worldwide fight against hunger, like for Turkey and for many other partners, like for South Africa, and SDG 2 is a priority. We invest over 2 billion euro per year, that is 40 billion rand per year, into food security and rural development around the world. But to be honest, again, there's nothing we can do alone. Aiko into asingayenza sisodwa. There's nothing we can do alone. I think we have to act together. And if there's a takeaway from this conference, as has been said in the presentations before, I think we need to act together. Otherwise, we will not overcome this challenge. And with this, I would like to leave it. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Andreas. So I take it the technical issues have been dealt with Benedetto, and we are good to go. Benedetto, you are online and you can take the floor. And if you've missed the introductory remarks, I did talk about Fome Zero, which was a national Brazilian program, which has now been elevated into a G20 global high-level task force. So you may want to touch on those issues as well.
Thank you, Dr. Zanger, and I'd like you also to thank the organizers for allowing this conversation to take place. I just would like to clarify that I have been online since the beginning. I have been able to follow all the discussions from the beginning, but I think there were some technical issues that have been solved just a few minutes ago. So just to clarify, I have been following all the discussions. So as you have indicated, Brazil has been a champion of this cause of fight against hunger and poverty, especially during the terms of President, His Excellency President Lula, and this from his first term back in 2003. The Zero Hunger program was indeed successfully implemented in Brazil, leading to a situation in which, according to UN parameters, hunger had been eliminated in Brazil by the end of his term. And on the basis of that, President Lula launched an international initiative at the time that was done through the United Nations. I was very happy to be there at that time and to be able to be on the front row of the efforts. At the time, the aim was to promote innovative financing for the fight against hunger and poverty. Unfortunately, as we all know, some issues of very great importance that are taken to the UN galvanize attentions, but if there's not a champion, as President Lula was, these initiatives sometimes lose momentum because there are so many pressing issues around the world. But just to mention that the origins and the engagement of Brazil with this cause dates at least from the first term of President Lula back in 2003. Well, just to be brief, as you also have mentioned, Brazil that holds the G20 presidency this year, and on the basis of a direct guidance from President Lula, has set as an overarching priority the development of what is being called the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And what is that? Now the focus is different. We are not looking at innovative finance, although this is encouraged to be pursued. There are three pillars. One refers to national commitments that country would commit to implement policies against hunger and poverty. For that, of course, besides national initiatives that may be already in place to this regard, there is a basket of policies on the basis of successful national experience, such as our own, but not only restricted to Brazil, of course, other countries' successful policies are also included in this basket as a resort for countries that could feel on a voluntary basis to follow these policies. The second pillar is financial assistance to that, and that would be provided by multilateral or regional institutions, philanthropic organizations, and so on, that would also commit to look into this issue with priority and to be available to discuss and eventually to finance some aspects of policies that could be developing countries and not only developed countries. You know that hunger is something that even in developed countries has some marginal presence. So they would be assisted financially. And the third pillar is knowledge-based, expertise pillar. So here we are looking to think tanks, organizations that have also expertise, such as FAO, actually the three Rome-based agencies, and so on and so forth. Since fight against hunger and poverty is such a cross-cutting issues, we are looking to a wide range of institutions that could provide this. So on the basis of national commitments, so the whole idea is to have country-driven efforts, financial assistance and technical assistance to be provided. It's important to note that this initiative, although being developed within G20, and we'd like to thank all G20 members and other organizations that have assisted, again, the three Rome-based agencies, but also ILO, WHO, and so on and so forth, because as I have said here, and we know it's a cross-cutting issue. So in spite of having been developed within G20, it will be managed and developed outside the scope of G20 in order to, among other issues, of course, to characterize that it is really a global initiative. And of course, as we know, within G20, each country sets its priorities, and the next country may continue or may discontinue and elect their own priorities. So we made sure that this initiative will not die after the Brazilian presidency. It will develop elsewhere, and with a time limit and a very focused aim to assist in the implementation of SDGs. And here we are talking, of course, of SDG 1 in regard to poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, but also SDG 10, for example, to reduce inequalities, SDG 17 to foster partnerships. So in a way, when you deal with the struggle against poverty and hunger, we know that we are in a way touching on so many aspects, as has been highlighted by previous speakers. We start with Justice, Edwin Cameron, and now my colleague from Germany has just mentioned the impact of climate change and other issues. We could mention the recurrence of wars. It is also linked, for example, to migration movements and the increase in the number of refugees. Also, so there are many angles we could see connections with the fight against hunger and poverty. I'd like just to add that there will be the idea is to have a very light management structure. We are not thinking of a big secretariat, not to create an organization, but rather to have a very light structure that would manage the system and make sure that this network of countries, organizations from financial sector, from technical sector, could coalesce and ensure there is synergy. So there is a unit to do that. The idea is that it will be hosted by FAO, but also have a second unity in one of the participating countries. Oh, sorry, I'm finishing. And one could be, of course, Brazil, but it's not. It's up to the membership of the Global Alliance to decide. So I'd like to thank again for participating, and I'll be available for any follow-up to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedetto. I think very valuable inputs there. Lessons for the organizers: when diplomats speak, when they say they're not going to take the floor for a long time, don't believe them. That's why in the UN and other places, they have a little mic with the red flashing button, and then they go beyond that, they get cut off. So I'm going to do that. Just imagine you have a red light in front of you. Now, Benedetto was online, so I could not do that. Okay. So over
Sorry
to
about that, but yeah, they also, I try to be brief. You can believe it. Thank you.
Hello, so everybody can hear me. Thank you very much for having invited me, and on behalf of the French ambassador, David Martineau, that could not come to Cape Town today, but he regretted it, so I represent him today, and I represent France on food, and I'm going to just, as everybody said at the very beginning, and our colleague from the German embassy, the ambassador, said we failed to reach the second SDG. And we face today a serious context of extreme global food insecurity. And I would like to recall, for instance, some countries that are facing this food insecurity, like Palestine, Sudan, Ethiopia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, Yemen, that remain at the highest concern level in the latest edition of the Food Agriculture Organization of the World Food Program, which is called the Hunger Hotspots. And some new countries had been added in November 2023 in this list, which is not a good news. And I'm talking about Zambia, Lebanon, Sierra Leone, Central African Republic. And to finish with this very sad portrait, today there is a new group of drought-affected countries, and especially in this region in Austral Africa, which are South Africa and its neighbors, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So given the situation, France tried to to promote its own vision on food security that is described in its international strategy for food security, nutrition, and sustainable agriculture. Because as said the ambassador of Germany, everything is linked between conflicts, climate change, sustainable agriculture, which are key to struggle with the food security. And to struggle this, France is giving priority to undernutrition, and especially to the first 1,000 days of newborn children, which are crucial in terms of children's physical and cognitive development. So we are very keen on working on this topic. Just to give you some figures, last year France ultimately allocated 300 millions of euros in its food assistance action, and the French Food Assistance Program is one of our key tools, and which aims to give some funds to all the countries that are in need and to adapt to the situation. For instance, in Sudan with the conflict, for instance, in other countries in West Africa. And so this allowed to launch 230 projects, and and therefore we also work with the AFD, the French Development Agency, that also works on this topic. And to give you two examples of this, the AFD, the French Development Agency, just launched a project in Malawi on the vaccines for farming of poultry. And we France, like the government just supported in South Africa a project which is named FAMA, and Food and Microbiota in Africa, that assess the role of the traditional African foods in reducing the triple burden. So this is the French commitment. But as the topic was about the international solidarity and the international action we can lead, France tried to support this initiative, because we are very aware that we cannot reach our goals alone. And so I would like to mention three different groups. For instance, as our colleague, the ambassador of Turkey, just said, the importance of school meal. And that's why we initiated by the World Food Programme, France co-leads alongside with Finland and Brazil the School Meal Coalition, which is a cross-cutting approach to school feeding programs, contribute to the fight against hunger and promote access and retention of students in school. And this very particular program counts 15% of our food assistance program. That we are very aware of this, and we try to do our best. This is the School Meal Coalition. I was talking about the French agency, the French Development Agency, that tried to launch with all the public development banks, what we call the FIX, Finance in Common. And I know the Finance in Common Summit is going to gather in Cape Town in February. And as France tried to accompany this movement that gathers 530 public development banks, the FIX works on this very key topic through two different coalitions, which is the first one, the coalition on social investment, and especially the coalition on sustainable food systems. That means that all the public development banks try to gather and think about big projects that will help, that will tackle the issue of hunger. And the last one is very important for French, but for the international coalition, which is the Nutrition for Growth Summit that will be hosted in March 2025 in France, in Paris. And we want to build on the success of Nutrition for Growth in Tokyo. And so the summit will develop a balanced approach to nutrition with 6 participatory working groups, which are on gender and nutrition, on sustainable foods and health and crisis resilience, data, artificial intelligence. And the aim of N4G is to make nutrition a pillar of development policies. And this will be achieved through an open and co-inclusive process involving partners from all spheres, which are states and NGOs. And so just to finish on this, I'm really sorry, just South Africa has been invited to be a part of the government of the summit as a part of the core group, which will advise the steering committee of the N4G, and we will be delighted to work all together for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then last but not least, Ms. Janssen van Rensburg.
Thank you so much. It is such a privilege to sit in a room filled with esteemed guests and esteemed ambassadors. It's truly a privilege. I have been given a responsibility as a Miss World South Africa, and that is to protect the beauty of humanity. I was called to live a life of service. And just to briefly touch on who I am, I'm Zwalies Janssen van Rensburg, a very passionate youth development advocate, and I have been called to protect the future of the human race, and that is the youth. They are the leading generation of our future, and it is absolutely critical for me to protect them, advocate for them, and encourage them to take hands with me as we combat the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, challenge inequalities and injustices, but moreover, strive towards living in a more prosperous future. I've always said that living a life with no human right is not a life worth living. And many times you will hear people say, you don't understand the magnitude of problems because you are too young. But I've always said that there's no age by which you should feel you can attain to understand the need, to understand a community that needs help and needs assistance. Whether it be the gift of love or the gift of time or anything you have to offer, there's always something to give. And the SDG number 2, which is creating a world free of hunger by the year 2030, has been an incredibly significant SDG to focus on in my journey, because the global issue of food insecurity has shown an alarming increase since the year of 2015. And many have said as well that the possibilities of ending this fight might seem impossible, but I always say we can sure die trying. I have combated SDG 2 personally by planting various food gardens within my community that is sustainable, as we can replant them and they can be reused. And this is a testament to us moving in the correct direction, not only as a South Africa, but as a collective world. On Nelson Mandela Day, I was privileged to hand out 67 meals to people in my community. And though this might seem like a small number, I understood the magnitude of what it meant to invest in the people of your country and the people of the world, because something as small as a meal can really be life-changing to anyone who might be in need of it. I have always promoted inclusivity of diverse demographics, and this is my ultimate mission. And it's rooted in the belief that unity and humanity combined is one of the most powerful forces the world has to offer. But I sit here today at 18 years old, and I believe that that is a testament to where we want to see the world moving into. It's the world I aspire to create, because no matter how unqualified, how young, or how old you may be, you have the ability to make a lasting impact. So what we witness here today is a reflection of the world, that ordinary individuals like myself have the ability to vocalize what I believe in, have the ability to take a stand, and have the ability to integrate my dreams that I wish to see the world be in. I'm here towards building and reshaping our nation, particularly in a time where we feel that division is so usual. It's become normalized, it's a common thing, and it's something that I do not believe is right. The world is a space for connection, and we should be transcending international borders. So I believe that other nations can truly take pride in what we do as South Africans, and they can really look at our policies and measures that we have implemented as trailblazers, so that they can embrace the accolades we have achieved and see how we can move forward collectively, and to prove that people under 30 can contribute to social justice. So like I mentioned, regardless of age, regardless of qualifications, there is an innate understanding of what is right and what is wrong. And as I conclude, I want to get you all thinking, how can we become more involved in combating this SDG? As a part of the youth, I represent them. I have seen that the world has become a digital dynasty, and it's an important aspect for me to invest in that. So by partnering with organizations or contributing to facilities the United Nations has initiated, which is the World Food Program called Share a Meal, Share the Meal. You can share a meal with someone by simple contributions and donations by something as little as 80 cents. And I believe that that is a true testament of the capabilities of each one of you in this room. You don't need to be on a high caliber, but you have the ability to make an impact if you believe in what you say and you believe in your heart. I've always said that being led by purpose is the true beauty of a life worth living. And that is what I'm here to do today, to prove to you, no matter how different you may be, it's something to celebrate and it's something to honor. Let's work together towards a more sustainable future and a more sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention and reminding us all about the importance of the human rights for all people without distinction of any kind, and all human rights for all people. Given the richness of the inputs, there will be no question and answers, unfortunately. But I think we just need to sort of to conclude and not to speak too long then. I think this session started off with a protest. And I think Professor Madonsela contextualized that protest. And it's the nature of the South African way of doing things. And oftentimes it creates discomfort, but in discomfort comes change. And it's nothing personal against Andreas Peshka, who is, and I know we will have a discussion after this over coffee and tea and find a way of engaging around these issues, because there's areas of agreement and there's areas of disagreement, and we always find ways of engaging. What this session and the previous session reminded us is that hunger and poverty isn't natural. It's as a result of deliberate policies. Poverty and hunger is created by toxic economies, harmful to workers, harmful to the environment. And part of what we're engaging with is how do we undo that? The Zero Hunger Program aligns with what Professor Cameron spoke about earlier, Justice Cameron, about also food systems and how do you change food systems, including the food carbon footprint that Brazil pioneered so well, where they had part of their Zero Hunger Program was food needed to be produced and consumed within a particular set of kilometers, which meant that small farmers were privileged, small markets were privileged, as opposed to the big corporations. What he failed to mention, because he's an excellent diplomat, is that that's also what created the opposition to President Lula domestically and internationally, because he was challenging the power of massive corporations where food globally is vertically integrated from consumption to where you actually, where it gets produced. And these are part of the food systems issues we need to deal with, so it doesn't become an issue of charity and aid only. It has to be a systemic change issue. So let us ensure that when we engage at multilateral level, at national level, these are the issues, and let's not forget individual agency. I want to conclude again by saying that we live in a world where people are deplatformed all the time for the positions they take. Our own Justice Cameron was deplatformed for his position on Palestine at a university in the US, and we had to intervene, and our own Catherine was deplatformed from a major European car maker for her position on Palestine. And I think Andreas is reminding us, let's not deplatform, let's engage. Let's find ways of engaging, but it doesn't mean that we mustn't call out what is right and what is wrong. On that note, I'd like to thank all the panelists for their engagement and the entire process from beginning to end. Thanks. We'll have that 2 minutes over tea, Aisha. Back over to you. There's some, you can help me with the gifts? Right. So there's a gift for each one of you before you go. You have to declare it as well.
Yes, of course. I would be so grateful. I'm just looking because somebody's taken my one book, but I had notes in it. It's not this one. Let me leave this one here. It's not this one either. Perfect. Is this his phone? And I think this is his daughter. No, this I don't know. I think that's it. Something. Perfect. No, go put your stuff down. I'm gonna step gently. She's taking everything. I just wasn't sure if that was yours. And okay. And I just said your glasses, your phone. Yes. No problem. Thank you. Good and you. It's on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Just making sure it's good.
Just wait. Yeah. Thank you. Good day, everyone. If I may ask that we settle down for this next part of the program. My name is Kwezi Mzilikazi, and I work at Rhodes University. I would like to invite our next set of speakers to the stage, please. Professor Madonsela, Ms. Nkata Ntamburi, Dr. Samkelo Bala, Professor Scott Dreamy, or a representative of that team, and Dr. Yvonne Erasmus. I have promised Catherine that we will try and claw back some time. We were originally allocated 75 minutes, but we're going to try and see if we can do this in 35 to 40 minutes. And so in an effort to save some time, I'm going to invite all of you colleagues to catch up with the bios of our speakers from pages 18 onwards in our program or in our book of program. So the way that this session is structured, we're going to have what we call an anchor panelist. That will be Professor Madonsela, who will have 10 minutes to present, after which we will have presentations from the other four speakers who I'm going to plead with to take between 6 and 8 minutes. Professor, may I check if you are going to have a PowerPoint presentation? Okay, so you're happy to go ahead. All right. Over to you then.
Speak. Okay, honored guests, esteemed colleagues, thank you once again for a privilege to present. My paper is titled The Stray Bullets That Mark the Social Justice of Hunger. I see that the organizers corrected me. They put both of social injustice in the same bracket. This is when you edit and you don't know why the person did it the way they did. So, but what should be in brackets should only be social and justice should be outside the bullet. From time immemorial, it has been understood that justice is the glue that binds societies together. We get this in Plato's Republic. We get this in the treatise of Luigi Tapparelli when he invented the concept of social justice. We get this in the Treaty of Versailles. We get this in the conversations that led to the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's also reflected in the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, CERD. And at academic level, we get that understanding from the quote I made this morning from John Rawls, who says justice is the greatest of virtues in society. And that doesn't come from John Rawls, actually, it comes from Plato in Plato's Republic. So if justice is the greatest virtue in society, or the most important of all virtues, why are we gathered today and having listened to speakers who say that one of the greatest injustices of our time is the injustice of being excluded from eating? My paper then suggests that it is a systems problem. The bulk of people are hungry not because anybody decides to exclude them from eating. Yes, in some wars, as we have seen in Gaza, there is a deliberate embargo on food and the weaponization of food as a weapon of war, which of course is prevented by the 1948 Geneva Conventions. But those are extreme cases. In our countries, as we are in this room, more than 10 countries, those who are hungry are not hungry because some malevolent person has decided to deprive them of food. It's what I refer to as stray bullets. But before I go into the stray bullets, I want to give you our definition of social justice. Our definition of social justice is that social justice refers to justice concerned with embracing the humanity of all persons, characterized by equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms by all, regardless of human diversity. This has to be reflected in just, equitable, and fair distribution of all opportunities, resources, privileges, benefits, and burdens in and between societies. At the core of social justice is ensuring that in a society, which is the commonwealth of people with a shared humanity mindset, nobody finds it more difficult to thrive, and no group finds it easier than others to thrive. Of course, societies that are based on slavery are unjust to those live enslaved. Colonial countries are unjust. Apartheid countries are unjust, patently unjust. But the modern societies are not unjust because they decide you won't get benefits because of your color, because of your sex, unless you're in Afghanistan. But the average society is not going to be directly unjust to you. So where does the injustice come from? It is my view that the injustice comes from failure to recognize humanity when it presents itself different from those who make laws. and policies. So let me go back to John Rawls, who simplified justice as fairness to all, 1971. His view was that a society would be just when there's a shared understanding of what is just. And that shared understanding of what is just would then be the principle that is reflected in all institutions of that society, from the family right up to government and the constitution. And that fairness to all for John Rawls had two dimensions: equality of access to all human rights, opportunities, and freedoms, and a difference principle, which was recognizing different circumstances and also recognizing different contributions. So the difference principle would be, for example, that if there's an athlete who runs faster than others, their compensation would generally have to be proportionate to the fact that they ran faster than others. But the same difference principle John Rawls was saying, it should still be to the advantage of the least advantaged in society, meaning that if there's somebody who has disability, as we were reminded by our colleague Dr. Leroux this morning, then they shouldn't be punished for nature's arbitrariness. It's nature or it's misfortune that makes you disabled. So if you distribute resources, you'll still have to compensate for nature's arbitrariness. What is missing in John Rawls's approach to social justice is something that Justice Museneke adds in Minister of Finance versus Van Heerden, which is the restitutive element. That not everyone who's left behind is because of nature's arbitrariness. In societies where there's been malevolence by the state through slavery, colonialism, sexism, and racism, then those who are left behind are not because they are unfortunate due to nature. They're left behind because the previous state threw them behind. So part of then justice, as we see it today, we build on John Rawls's approach, we build on Luigi Tapparelli's approach, but then we add the restitutive element. Now, where are the stray bullets? Just quickly, Program Director, is when we pass laws in all of our countries that are not about equality, you're just passing a law for everyone. Who do you tailor it for? We pass laws for all, but we tailor them for ourselves. They tailored to what would be convenient to us. They tailored for what would be easy for us to comply with. And that's why I had a conversation, for example, with Justice Cameron, is that it's not bad intentions. It's when we assume the things that are easy for us to do will be easy to do for those who are in the margins of society as well. So I'm going to leave the whole question of the fact that the processing of food is time as well. So certain foods take more time to process, certain foods. But the example that I've used, I'm going to make 3 presentations at this conference. One is the stray bullets. How are they created? The next presentation would be what tool are we suggesting to avoid those stray bullets? The last presentation I'm going to make will be how do we use AI to make the use of that tool fast? In other words, how do we invest in GovTech the way they've invested in FinTech to make financial decisions easier, to make more proficient and more proportionate? So here, the example we've done at the Center for Social Justice, working with colleagues from Sweden, Malawi, and various other countries, was just to look at COVID-19. So COVID-19 was a global challenge, and our governments kindly decided to pass laws or regulations to stop COVID-19 from spreading. But when they passed those laws, they didn't use anticipatory impact assessments. In other words, to apply those laws in the virtual space and see the future in the virtual space and see who is going to be impacted negatively, made hungry, made poor, and be delayed in terms of getting the operation that they were supposed to get, who was going to be excluded from education, who was going to suffer more GBV, etc. They didn't make that anticipatory assessments. For example, my country decided everyone must buy from supermarkets and that everyone should go into the digital space. The impact was that the poor got poorer and the moderately rich fell off and became poor, and the poor and the rich got richer. So it's not surprising that supermarkets in many countries got richer. It's also not surprising that globally, millionaires increased whilst poverty decreased. Well, whilst poverty and hunger increased. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Prof. Madonsela. And so for our next speakers, please take note when the time limit comes, the gentle music shall shall come on. And so I would like to now invite Ms. Nkata Ntoburi, who is going to speak to us about human rights and hunger, analysis of the intersection of social protection systems and agri-food systems for food security. May I ask that we flight her presentation, please?
I have been told that I have 6 minutes, so I'm already cutting down my slides mentally before they appear. Can we have the slides up, please? So my presentation is titled Connecting the Dots. Where are these gaps that we're talking about when we're looking at rights, social protection, and the broader agri-food systems agenda? Now, when we look at the rights, social protection, right to social security, and the right to food are intrinsically linked, all reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic and Social Rights, among other international frameworks. Now, when we look at how this right to food and the right to social security is defined, states are obligated to protect, fulfill, and respect these rights. And they're anchored on various dimensions, common dimensions of availability, adequacy, accessibility, affordability, and universalism, ensuring that everyone enjoys these rights. It's also anchored on aspects of without discrimination. But where are we in terms of realizing these rights? And we're going to analyze this based on those dimensions that we've looked at. The previous speakers from yesterday and today have talked about the number of people globally facing hunger. We have about 9.1% of the global population. So to speak, 20.4% of the population in Africa faced hunger in 2023. And as you can see, the projections are about 582 million people will face hunger by the end of this decade. Now, what is interesting to note is that we were on the right trajectory before COVID. And predictions were that the numbers of people who are going to experience hunger are going to decrease, but we are seeing a significant rise post the COVID period. Also looking at countries that are predisposed to food insecurity, crisis countries, you can see that most of them, majority of them are in Africa, where we have about 58% of people, the prevalence of moderate or severe malnutrition standing at 58%. On aspects of affordability, when we look at the food price index for 2020 to 2024, we are seeing a decreasing trend in prices of food. But we are also seeing that the numbers are way above the index that was there before pre-COVID time. And this is really driven by many factors, including the conflict and the wars that we are experiencing globally. Now, in terms of affordability, have we asked ourselves, what is the cost of a healthy diet? How much would it cost someone in this country to buy food, a healthy diet. Imagine $3.9. How many people can afford that per person per day based on purchasing power parity? So these numbers really show that, there's urgency for us to look at what really is the issue in terms of addressing aspects of food security. Now, I would like to speak a bit about our agri-food systems, and these are the systems that are responsible for provision of food. Indeed, globally, they employ about 4 billion people and produce approximately 11 billion tons of food. They are the largest systems in terms of employment and economic contributions. So looking at these dynamics, where are we failing considering the vast potential of our agri-food systems? We are seeing that our agri-food systems are ineffective, and there are significant inequalities within the agri-food systems that are hindering the realization of zero hunger. And for this conference, allow me to focus on the key driver of social inequalities. While there are many other drivers within the agri-food systems, we are going to narrow it down to the social aspects within our agri-food systems. And here we see that about 80% of the rural people are poor. 2/3 of the people in the rural areas responsible depend on agriculture, and these are the fisher folks, the subsistence farmers and others. We are also seeing that poverty is 4 times higher among agri-food dependent communities and individuals vis-a-vis those who are working in other sectors that are non-agricultural. And when we bring it down to our continent in Africa, we see about 60% of the poor people are in sub-Saharan Africa. So what does this tell us? Where are we failing? Is it that we are just going to look at the big companies that are responsible for commercial production of food, or do we really want to also look at the social injustices that propel the situations and the numbers that we are seeing? Now, previous speakers also talked about climate change and how it's driving poverty and gender inequalities. A recent report by the FAO indicates that an annual increase in temperature by 1 degree will result in a reduction of 34% of incomes for female-headed households. The unjust climate, I challenge you to take a look at that report. You will see the significant impact of climate change on the poor and vulnerable and those responsible for producing our food. Now, when we look at issues of gender, we see that about 60%, over 60% of the work of women is within agri-food systems. The question is, how many of these women are covered by Social Security? How many of them have access to unemployment benefits, maternity care? These are the people that we are depending on to produce our food. So based on those aspects, our analysis shows that social protection can enable the right to food. And when we talk about social protection, it's the social assistance, social insurance, and other labor market interventions, including, as mentioned earlier by speaker, school meals programs. We are looking at about 50% coverage, global coverage of social protection, and we have seen a 2% increase in coverage in Africa. And this is where we call for governments to really scale up social protection interventions, because they play redistributive roles, preventive, transformative, and ensuring that the social fabric within our communities is protected. Now, we see that the right to social protection is an instrumental enabler to the right to food. We have to protect the producers. We have to protect the small-scale farmer in the rural areas if we are going to realize food security. As I conclude, there are significant impacts of social protection on food security that have been documented in Africa and globally, and I challenge you to go and read about this and see how social protection can be used as an instrument to realize the right to food. And indeed, COVID-19 was a proof of concept. It is possible for everyone to enjoy the right to social security and in tandem translate that to the right to food. We saw that between 2020 and 2022, there were over 3,900 social protection measures taken, cushion populations from COVID-19 impacts. And we saw governments increasing their expenditure in these measures for up to 2% of the GDP. Now, the ILO predicts that an investment of 3.3% of the GDP is enough to cover majority of those who are in need of social protection, in fact, social protection coverage for all. So it is possible. The question is, do we have the political will to do so? As I conclude, what do we want to take away from here? We must promote policy coherence. It's not an aspect, a responsibility of governments only. It's not a responsibility of the ministries of agriculture to realize, zero hunger. It is collective efforts, multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral. Everyone has a role to play in this. So policy coherence, legal frameworks must also integrate these aspects, looking at how do we reduce inequalities and poverty to address the issue of hunger. Universal social protection. South Africa is taking over the baton on the G20. I'm hopeful, and we said this morning that we have hope that we will be able to advocate for issues of rights, particularly the right to social protection and the right to food as our agenda within the G20 space. As I conclude, we must involve everyone. The rural poor, the farmers, the producers must be involved in this discussion. So a social dialogue is key, and measures must be put in place to ensure accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kata. You could see Kata concluded at least 3 different times. As I conclude, and I can appreciate this because she has prepared and she does wish to share her views with all of us here. And now I'm going to invite Dr. Samkelo Bala, who's going to speak to us about social death of farm dwellers in times of post-1994 transformative constitution. And he has indicated he would prefer to present from where he's sitting. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I greet as well. I always try my best to bring the African ontology, even where unnecessary. So with my greetings, I would start with the elders, and then it goes on up until it reaches my age. As given that I will be talking on the social death, which is the concept that I stole, if I may say, from Orlando Peterson, where perhaps he articulates the slavery and the social death to pronounce the precarious living conditions they have experienced. Then when I was doing my research in farms, perhaps in terms of how they still experience the conditions that inhibit them from accessing the constitutional rights, or what Professor Tsepo Madlingozi as New South Africa being left behind, the proverbial bridge. So I felt like perhaps they are also experiencing this social death. But the question was why and how in the time of post-1994 with transformative constitution. I think as Prof mentioned as well that they seem to have been left outside perhaps to this South Africa. I think I also had some quote that I took from the reflection that Prof you made with regards to celebrating the 30-year democracy. If I quote, is perhaps I was too naive to think that the structural inequalities created over 3 centuries could be rooted out in 3 decades. So that means perhaps there's a system that is still continuing to exist in this post-1994. Some have been strong and have mentioned those. But myself, I'm in the position of reconceptualizing this hunger and this poverty as a social death. As perhaps you would see in the very huge work of Professor Adam Gary, I'm sure those who are in their legal studies would know. He feels like we need to conceptualize the issue of poverty because the conceptualization that we have now is flawed to an extent that it has led to informing the welfare and the policy interventions to poverty that are not meeting what is on the ground. He makes a very good justice in that he explains in detail the etymology of welfare as well as the client, that we treat those who are in poverty, poor or hunger as clients. But his strong analysis is that a client is someone who is spoken for, not speaking for himself or herself, meaning which the social welfare or the welfare or the policies have a position of perpetuating that social death as well. So the question is again on the issue of how they are not socially dead. In terms of social death, I will not give an etymology as well. But President Ramaphosa, Cyril Ramaphosa, in his opening of the parliament on the 18th, he confirmed what Prof also has mentioned, the black social exclusionary structure of South Africa in terms of abject poverty and barriers to economic opportunities. Abject is one step synonymous to a dishonorable situation, which is a significant element of social death. That means the person is not existing, as Orlando Peterson would say. Professor Ndlovu explains this hunger and poverty in South Africa, converging with Professor Ramosa in terms of hellish life experience, where they are not even protected during the lightning times. Of course, when I went to do the data collection of this broader research in farms, even the house where I found those elders were staying, it was raining inside. So I realized that as well, as Professor Tsepo Madlingozi said, these people are trapped on the other side of the line, the forgotten line. That is to say, they are left behind from the proverbial bridge, as I have mentioned. And Professor Mudir as well, which is a very strong jurisprudence scholar in terms of law and poverty, articulates this hunger and poverty as an oppression. So meaning which that should be our initial point of view, to reconceptualize poverty so that it can inform what Adam Gary as in flawed social welfare. I think the law scholars will articulate that better than myself as a social worker, because even in his book, he mentioned social worker in a way that I was a bit not happy as well. He articulates that we should view this as a social degradation of those who are living in that condition. And perhaps importantly, as an injury and an attack that should be dealt with the same way that we have dealt with other colonial apartheid systems. Poverty and hunger on its own, without giving sort of proximity, you know, once you feel hungry yourself, you can feel losing the breath. Just hungry, not the hunger. How much more those who are living in the hunger. So now moving to the other part of my topic, which is the post-1994 transformative constitution. There is a word that is usually used by the epistemological African scholars, Sisa Sokola, which has two parts, the prefix Sisa and Sokola, which can be translated as poverty or struggle, if you wish, depends on how you want to articulate it. The prefix, which is Sisa, is used in an event to indicate something that is supposed to end or was supposed to end. So whenever you ask the people from the ground, or I would say from Eastern Cape, the Xhosa-speaking people, they say Usisa Sokol, meaning which the poverty that was supposed to end, as defined by the late and the former Chief Justice Piers Langa, that the transformative the transformative constitution was supposed to be social and economic revolution, but there is a question of Sisa Sokol, meaning which this problem continues to sustain itself. So in this position, as I have mentioned, that I'm rather focusing on this as reconceptualization of hunger, so that we don't find ourselves perpetuating this problem. There is another epistemology that is found within the African context, where if you infringe someone's right, as it has been done by the government currently and the previously, more especially our parents, they would say, you don't see me, I won't born. Or if you are perhaps behaving in a certain way that is not relevant to the thoughts or the principles of the home, they would say, I won't born. You don't see me. This is what is happening in terms of poverty and hunger in South Africa. To be quite specific, I would say the hunger has a face in South Africa, which is black. So the black people, in terms of even the social existentialism scholarship, they are not visible, they are not seen because of this infringement. Hunger, I believe, or food is a very basic human existent right or natural right, as Professor Ramose would say. If one is infringed in terms of that, that means we are still far behind from reaching or achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, more especially Sustainable Development Goal 1. I know that we are speaking of Sustainable Development Goal 2. So now, on the other hand, as I am
Doctor,
concluding.
I was just about to invite you to wrap up, please.
Okay,
We
as
have
I'm
exceeded
concluding.
our time.
So, as I've mentioned, that this is an empirical study, articulating the precarious conditions in farms. There was a situation where the farm dwellers or the community members were denied even subsistence farming by this white new farmer who bought the farm, that they can't even do a subsistence farming. Natural right. Sorry. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I do want to invite our speakers, please, to cast your eye this side from time to time, because my body language tries to communicate something to you, but I can just see you so engrossed in what you're doing. So I'm just appealing that we try and work together to manage the time. I will now invite Professor Scott Drimmie to share on his thoughts around going beyond simple frameworks that focus conflict and famine, and how we can do better.
Thanks very much indeed. So it may seem completely out of place on this panel, but what I do understand is that we have an opportunity to place things on the table, to be able to then drive some of these issues further into these discussions. And so what I'm able to do is to raise something that was suggested earlier in the previous panel with the diplomats, the issue of conflict and conflict-driven food insecurity, but to connect it to other issues, such as attempts to measure it, to analyze it, so as to respond to it, fairly normative issues that the UN love, but can often perpetuate damage in terms of those normative frameworks. It also links to presentations that will come later. My colleague, Professor Stephen Devereaux, will be talking about another kind of violence that is normalized. And so that's the intention. So our role within the integrated food security phase classification as technical development specialists is to support a framework that is used globally to essentially measure and analyze acute food insecurity. And one of the great challenges that has emerged is conflict-driven food insecurity, which has become an increasing threat. The massive reversal of gains in the last few years in terms of addressing hunger, but also undermining fundamental human rights. We look at Gaza, we look at the Sudan, we look at Yemen. So when we look at our numbers of people that are acutely food insecure, that is where those numbers are dramatically accelerating. And so we have to comprehend and engage those. The IPC, when we apply a social justice framework, and I'll give an example of how we've done that, we can begin to challenge some of the normative ways of measuring by bringing in different voices, by perhaps being a little bit more sympathetic to some of those injustices that underpin conflict and not take it as something that happens between two warring factions, but to dive a little bit deeper. And so, just to give it a context, in the last year, according to the Global Report on Food Crises, 282 million people faced high levels of acute food insecurity. Of those, almost 140 million were in countries with conflict or insecurity related to violence. Another 21 countries, or another 75 million, economic shocks, and another 71 million in countries that were most dramatically affected by weather extremes. But when we look at those countries, like for example, where there are weather extremes, so often conflict is entwined within those issues. Climate change doesn't just impact on production and growth and yields. It creates and exacerbates and reveals social tensions. How do we understand that in terms of our attempts to measure? When we look at countries that are experiencing now the so-called extreme lack of food and exhaustion of coping strategies with a significantly increased risk of acute malnutrition and death, in other words, famine, we're looking at countries like Sudan, with almost 780,000 people directly affected now, the Gaza Strip, over 1 million, South Sudan, 80,000. It's quite extraordinary when we begin to interrogate those. What the IPC tries to do is to create a framework where there's different classifications. So we move from an IPC phase 1 where there's minimal food insecurity to a situation where there's famine. Now this is imperfect. This is the best attempt that we've got, and we have to continue to learn and engage with it. It brings in evidence in order for a group of people to be able to engage that evidence to reach technical consensus about an extremely political situation and to build consensus amongst those diverse stakeholders so that numbers can be reached. It is guided by protocols that ultimately allow those discussions and those dialogues to unfold. But it often comes short. It is often limited, particularly in terms of acute situations that are driven by conflict. The collection and the availability of reliable data in conflict situations. We know that in terms of what's happening in the Sudan right now or in Gaza. The unpredictable nature of conflict dynamics, how rapidly things change, the expertise that's required. People dealing with food insecurity often don't have the social training in terms of really understanding what is happening in terms of the impacts of violence on food insecurity. And this can misinterpret or provide incomplete analysis. So how do we address this? And our argument is that we can bring a social justice emphasis that isn't just about providing some abstract notion onto the idea of hunger or food insecurity, but that we can do it in terms of how we shape the narrative. So in other words, it isn't just about production failure, but maybe it's about the diverse perspectives of female farmers that maybe are brutally removed from a particular place for a particular reason. Maybe it's about bringing the diverse perspectives of non-combatants into the analysis. It's about combining traditional food security data with conflict-specific data, like, do we understand forced displacement patterns or the shift where armed groups are operating or battle events? And indeed, it's also then about, as Professor Bodonsela argued earlier, about our forecasting models, about using new technology, about considering things like the social justice impact assessment matrix, which argues by intervening, are we perpetuating the injustice? Do we really understand what it is that we are recommending in terms of the future impacts? So just to conclude, we argue that conflict-driven food insecurity and addressing it and measuring it isn't just a matter of humanitarian response. It isn't just about technically improving it in terms of looking at early warning systems, but it can and should be a social justice issue, taking a rights-based approach that grounds it in some of these human rights commitments that our countries, our UN agencies have. And by integrating some of these considerations, we can deepen and improve our analysis so that we can ultimately achieve what it is we strive for. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Excellently done. All right, our last speaker is now Dr. Yvonne Erasmus, who is going to share on the experiences of those that are indeed food secure. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. So CERI is a public interest law clinic based in Johannesburg that uses litigation, research, and advocacy to challenge inequality. So because of our social justice grounding, we approach our work in relation to SDG 2 from a food justice perspective. So we argue for the rights of households to access safe, nutritious, and affordable food, irrespective of their economic circumstances and irrespective of whether they have access to land. So as the title of the presentation conveys, we start with responses from the ground and what the experiences of those who are food insecure tell us. In this case, we draw on CERI's clients representing inner city residents, informal traders, farm workers, domestic workers, and waste pickers. Let's listen to their view in a short video that, Madam Chair, forms part of my time allocation. Technical team. Thank you, technical team. You may bring up my presentation again. A longer version of this video is available on CERI's YouTube channel. So in addition to our interactions with client communities, we conducted our own legal and policy review, and then we used the FAO's 4 traditional dimensions of food security. So availability, access, utilization, and stability as a lens through which to view both the causes of food insecurity and the legal and policy remedies. So we know from our own analysis of the international and regional legal framework that all of the different dimensions of food security are acknowledged as important and in needing of policy and programmatic intervention. However, when we applied these dimensions to the South African policy and programmatic areas, we realized that there are some blind spots that are highlighted by our clients' experiences of food insecurity and the remedies that they seek. I'd like to focus on the availability and access dimensions. Although the country is not food insecure nationally, much of the policy and programmatic focus continues to rest here in relation to production or availability and in relation to what's called direct access or growing one's own food. Land-based livelihood strategies such as small-scale farming and urban food gardens is a complex area of intervention that cannot be separated from our history of land injustice and the need for both rural and urban land reform. And research has shown that growing one's own food ameliorates food insecurity somewhat, but also that land-based livelihood strategies face limitations, such as access to land, water, markets, and are often supplementary at best. So we argue that the policy and programmatic emphasis to encourage people to grow their own food, although undoubtedly important, has the potential to obscure what this solution that this solution might not be practical or desirable for many living in South African cities. And we therefore have to ask what food justice looks like for the urban population. An additional area of the urban food system that policies and plans have been largely silent on is the importance of informal traders. They are often regarded as a nuisance and are harassed and evicted from trading premises, even though they are key to how urban residents access food in appropriate quantities and at affordable prices. As you would have heard in the video, our clients articulate that a key barrier to their food security is economic access. But there is very limited direct policy intervention here. It's a real blind spot. There's a national minimum wage, which is not always realized in practice, and there is VAT exemption that has shown mixed results. The principles and guidelines of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights are clear that national plans, policies, and systems in relation to the right to food should ensure economic accessibility. We argue that a key intervention here could be the 10 Best Buys double discount initiative proposed by Grow Great that consists of a nutritionally diverse basket of food that is both VAT exempt and that has a price cap at retail to make it affordable. So it should be clear what it is that we are advocating for, and I won't go to my last slide. And therefore, in conclusion, food security is only realized when all people have access to safe and nutritious food. This is not a goal for the future. It's a social justice issue now.
I want to thank all of our panelists, and I wish to advise as follows. I think we will take a group picture of the people that participated in this session, and I'm pleased to share that all of these panelists will be available at the parallel sessions that are still coming. There will be lunchtime, so there will be plenty of opportunity to interact and to probe further. What strikes me as I listen to my colleagues is that we are armed with quite a deep and thorough understanding around food insecurity. But I worry that we must not become experts in admiring the problem. And so as we close the session, I'd like to ask the question, what are the levers that we need to activate so that we can start to make progress towards the attainment of the vision of eradicating hunger by 2030. I thank you very much, and thank you to our speakers. Appreciation, please.
For FMCM, because I didn't have the time to do. They were very strict with me and they were not strict with everyone else. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one last session that keeps us away from lunch, and it's one last really powerful session. So I'm going to call up the speakers for this session. The moderator will be Prof. Julian May, who is the UNESCO Chair in Science and Education for African Food Systems. And Prof is going to be introducing the rest of his panel. I also just want to mention to you, just a gentle reminder that all of the social media accounts and information is at the back of the booklet. Please go and give a follow to the Center for Social Justice. Have a look at what has been shared, and please do share your thoughts, your comments, and takeaways from the rich conversations that are happening today. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Julian May. You can read about me in the program. I have a lovely panel. And if I could ask my panel to come up, and you can read about them in the program as well. Okay, so time is running out. People are hungry, they're getting unhappy, they're getting miserable. Sounds like COVID, doesn't it? And what do you do when that happens? You turn to civil society. Civil society, please help us. Please save us, make us not hungry. And civil society, guess what's happened? Here we are, saving them again. So what we need to do now, colleagues, we need to deliver a super fast punch to the head. Now, we did this before, colleagues. We did this at the Food Indaba, which was organized by civil society organizations here in Cape Town. We did this at Makers Landing, which is a venue not quite like this nice one with the flags. And the civil society panel set the fire alarm off again. So I'm not sure what it is about you guys, but please, can you set the fire alarm off? So I'm going to start. Let me start with Asanda today. Let's get the ball rolling. We've called this lawfare. This is when we use the law to challenge the law. This is when we use the law to make sure that laws are just and are implemented in a just manner. How do we do that? It's been mentioned a couple of times. People have said, well, it went to the Constitutional Court. Well, it didn't just go to the Constitutional Court. Somebody did something. Asanda, tell us.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. I think it would be amiss if I don't start here. So The law is a very important tool for activists. We're seeing it now in Palestine, with South Africa having chosen to back the Palestinian struggle. And I think, it's very important for us as civil society, but as humans, to always figure out ways to be in solidarity with people who are suffering. We have a situation right now in Palestine where food has been used as as a political tool, as a tool of warfare. And it's not just food that's being used, it's every single structure that is available to the white colonial supremacist structure. And I mentioned Palestine because it's such a perfect case study of the ways in which power refuses to give up power until you speak to it in the violent language that it understands. And I think, the power of activists is to read and understand the law, is to use the infrastructure of supremacy, like the media, for example, because the media can be a tool as well, to amplify the voices of those who have been silenced, because there's no such thing as a voiceless person, but there are people who are silenced deliberately by systems. And I think that, when we combine the power of the law, the power of the media, and the power of the people, because, that's why in South Africa we say, amandla gawetu, because it's a call to remind us all the time that the power is ours and that all systems that belong to humans can be subverted and subjugated by all, including those who are oppressed. And I think there are many cases in South Africa that show us that even when we think we don't have power, we have power. Even when we think we don't have agency, we have agency. That is why the MK went to war. That is why Zaki Ahmad stood up today and said what he said, because we always have the power and we always have a responsibility to speak out. And the law is a very powerful tool in that can be used by those in power, but can also be used by those who want to speak truth to power. But we must also just remember that because this is the system, they talk about the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. As we use the tool of the law, we must also remember that it is man-made and can be bent to the will of the powerful. So as we use it, we must also remind people of its force to reinforce and to uphold the status quo.
Thank you. Nzame, Nzame, you weren't at our discussion at Maker's Landing, but you kindly agreed to join us today. Now, your organization, HELA, recently took on one of those organizations. We talked about earlier, it's the corporates. We didn't say who, what, where, what does this really mean? Tell us about what you did.
Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing me to join the panel to speak briefly. And I think in answering to what Gillian is asked about what did we do, because my comrade Zaki is here. The struggle of HIV included offending power and offending people. And if we want to address hunger, we got to offend power. We got to challenge power. And power means corporates, power could be government, because the design of the food system that we have is quite intentional. It's profit-driven, it's a monopoly. So as a consequence, people are hungry. So we got to tackle the problem, and it means confronting the power. One of the things that we did within HELA, what we continue to do in building power, and actually offending power, and power that want regress and no progress. And I think it's important to emphasize that we have been taking corporates to task. For example, Nestle, right? Nestle says its products, feed children. But we know that one of the things that Nestle did, and there you can see the injustice of power and corporates, was to put more sugar in baby products in the global south and no sugar in the same products in the global north. Why would you put South African children exposed to food with excessive sugar? What was the justification of that? So the injustice of power and corporates, we got to confront it. We got to actually upset it, right? We got to also make sure that in tackling them, right, without fear or favor, because if we don't tackle power, the Constitution of South Africa says no child should go hungry. So that's what the Constitution says. But children, in the Eastern Cape, the Human Rights Commission reported children dying of hunger and malnutrition there. Why is that so? Why is it still happening today in a democratic dispensation? So it is very, very clear, and I think, Comrade Zaki, that we got to offend power. We got to confront power, we got to offend power. It's nice to talk in the round table like this, but we have to take it a step further and actually confront and offend power. So that was my contribution. So furthermore, there's a story I don't know if you have seen where my organization and a lot of people working in nutrition space, including academics, where we said, not today, Nestle. Where what we're saying is that these corporates cannot continue to break the law when there is the law. They still find ways today to break the law, which included, advertising formula milk that was actually not supposed to be advertised to children. And one of the things in tackling them were like, this cannot happen today. It might have happened in the past. And what ended up happening was just them stopping. It was called a stock fail, where they wanted to actually promote and donate, classified milk to children and mothers using the stock fail, a very important tool in South Africa, particularly for women, Black and poor in particular, to raise money, to feed families, exploiting those. So I think we have to call what is uncalled for. We have to upset power. And I think we will continue, including, the duty bearer, which is government, right, has a duty to make sure that no one is hungry in this country. And I think until that time when we can show anger in the hunger, the same way that we have showed anger when people were dying of HIV, the same way in which we have showed anger, right, to apartheid and injustice and the indignified lives that people were living. Thank you.
You've got to offend power. You have to be unignorable. Okay, Mandy, let's go to you. Yes, you knew I was going to do that, didn't you?
Okay, hi. So do I just respond? Well, for those who don't know, I'm from the District 6 Museum. And so you might be asking how I fit on this panel. And very briefly, the museum is not a project of the democracy. We're a project of our resistance to apartheid. And so our main purpose is to memorialize what apartheid destroyed. And in relation to food and people's relationship to food, that was one of the major aspects of reframing a segregated city that was in line with what was happening throughout the world in the 40s, 50s, where cities were being reframed for cars. In South Africa, race was being used, but the global movement to build cities for cars, to separate working class people from middle class people, to break up a city that was basically a very healthy city where people could walk and gain access to food, jobs, other important aspects that make a healthy life, clinics, hospitals. And so that's one of the key roles we play. However, what we've discovered in our democracy is that the tools and the strategies of resisting an apartheid city has never ended. It's still been required in our democracy because we get our democracy at a point when the world is embracing gentrification of cities. And so while we defeat apartheid, people continue to be evicted from cities. And so we work in very close alliance with organizations like Reclaim the City, Tifuno Kwazi, and we find in a lot of the activist work that we do for restitution, where restitution for us is not just about people getting homes, it's about creating healthy neighborhoods with, importantly, access to affordable food, affordable housing. We find that the law does not act in our favor. In fact, we're not just up against interpretation of new laws. We're up against new laws being created in the city, bylaws to support the gentrification, to support the closure of the corner shop, or the ability of women who are unemployed but with valuable skills to make food and sell it at affordable rates to others. And so all those healthy practices continue to be evicted from the city. And so the District 6 Museum, in terms of its memorialization process and our reliance on oral history testimonies, have a case, a very strong case, but we find that unless we engage in joint activities with the Tifuno Kwazi and their legal center, as a museum that doesn't have funding, that works with a community that was dispossessed, and so unlike the Holocaust Center that can rely on a community that benefited from apartheid, we can't ask our community to fund us and sustain us. And so to fight the law, you know, to take all these cases for restitution to court is a very difficult process. And then finally, in the grassroots struggles we've waged with RTC, we've seen how we can win at the Constitutional Court, but lose at the level of implementation. Because injustice is hegemonic in the world. And we didn't defeat or gain justice when we defeated apartheid at the ballot box. And so just to indicate.
So I've been hesitating who next, Gabriel or Zaki, and then Zaki just rolled his eye at me, and I thought something caught your attention there, Zaki. And I think I'm certainly thinking, in a civil society, maybe that's not the right word. It's sometimes quite uncivil, hey? Please, Zaki.
Ek dink ons is almal honger, né? I want to thank Professor May for putting us in this panel soon, and I want to issue a little challenge to Professor Madansela. I've heard many times about this conference, but I want to put a challenge to Prof. And that challenge is that next year, when Budget Day happens, that we, everyone in this room, contributes money towards a hunger march. And we ask the city, we ask the Stellenbosch University, I see its chancellor is here, to help fund it, or to at least accept the funds that we are willing to give. Because we'll go away from here, and we'll feel so good about talking about hunger. Now, I want to ask here, how many people here are lawyers? Because this is a panel about law. Come on, hands up. Are you shy? You know, I follow Lenin's version on law. Oh, I'm not going to use it because it will be even worse than what happened to the German ambassador. Right? But what I'd like to say is Justice Cameron, I'm not a lawyer. So when I went to work for him as a paralegal at the AIDS Law Project, and I had to draft letters of demand, apart from Rob Peterson, no one had red-penned me so much. So I want to say thank you for teaching me law, even though I'm not a lawyer. But I want to go to your question about the treatment action campaign. And law was critical to it. But I have a challenge again to researchers and lawyers. I'm so tired of seeing human rights law. So tired. Because the real laws affecting human rights is company law. It's the law of taxation. It's the law of insurance. It's intellectual property law. It's the law of property. And in treatment action campaign, one of the most important things that we did when it came to research was science. And it was the women, the poorest women in our country, in informal settlements, who got to learn about science and got to teach others. It is those women who learned about intellectual property law and patents, which I'd never thought I'd read about, because you always saw a gray man with gray shoes and gray hair doing something about patents, right? But we learned about it. We researched it. And that is what we have to encourage people to do. I'm not saying the international covenants aren't important, but they mean nothing unless we deal with the World Trade Organization. They mean nothing if we don't talk about global taxation. Food is a global public good. It should not be. We should not allow profit to be extracted. And then we pay taxes. And then we beg for aid, for development aid. No. If you take again HIV, one of the major demands of activists was for a global fund on AIDS, TB, and malaria. And there we had countries contribute, and the US putting up a separate fund called PEPFAR. And they've saved many lives because they treated medicine as a public good. Now we need to do the same when it comes to questions of food. Studying is one of the most important thing an activist can do. And if you cannot study law, anyone who can read can study law. Anyone who can read. Make words your friends. Make words your friends. And so I want to put a series of propositions quickly. The first proposition is that any struggle always depends on fundamental rights. And fundamental rights exist whether they're codified or not. No one has the right to take your life, whether it's in a constitution, in a law, or so on. And I agree with Edwin on non-human animals. But no one has a right to take a life. The right to life is inviolable. The right not to be tortured, the right to eat, the right to work. These are all inviolable, whether they're in a constitution or not. Our second step has to be that we argue from the basis, yes, of theorizing and understanding theory, but an incredible basis of the data that exists already. That is more than enough for us to riot about hunger. But no, we let people riot in luxury while people go hungry. So understanding data is very, very important. The third aspect is to build power from below. To build power from below. I'm going to use some impolite language. I'm working with the Disability Activist Forum. And I was sitting next to someone and they shat in their pants because the government gives them 2 weeks worth of nappies. 2 weeks worth of nappies. They have to take from that measly grant to reduce their food intake in order to buy a nappy. And this is an older man, right? So the question is then, building power from below. We need to support as much initiative as possible for the building of movements. For the building of movements. The fourth element is building as many allies as possible. As many allies as possible. And those allies come from everywhere, from a local creche to people in the UN, probably one of the most useless bodies in the world. Not because it wants to be, but because it's dominated by the United States, it's dominated by France, by Britain, by Germany, and so on. For me, the critical question then is building as many alliances as possible, developing material so that we all can understand it, so we can all teach it, so we can all take it forward. So who's with us on the hunger march? Who's with us on the hunger march? Last, I want to say something about struggle and protest. When I got up here this morning, I did it with deep pain in my heart, deep pain in my body. I didn't do so because I like performing. I did not do that. And I will say this, President Mandela said, we are not free until the Palestinians are free. He also said that he will not denounce Palestinian resistance. He also said many other things, but let us make this clear. We cannot negotiate with people who are implicated in genocide, ongoing genocide, ongoing genocide. Because if we do that, we are giving away our humanity to the most powerful people in this world, the arms industry, the United States, Germany, France, not to mention Russia. So I would say this. My ma het nooit gesê ek is onbeskofte kind nie. She always used to say, Zaki is een van die mees respectable kinders. And she even said, maar hy is dan so goeie moffie. Right? So this I want to say. Be as rude as you can in every forum. As long as there's pain and suffering, as long as there are human tears, as Rosa Luxemburg said, that is where I'm going to feel at home, and that is where I'm going to struggle. But I will not do so without understanding what I'm struggling for, without learning, without the data, without building allies, and yes, being prepared to compromise when it is necessary and when it's possible. Thank you.
There were a few things that caught my attention there. One of them was about not only the laws that you mentioned about the property laws, but also the laws that criminalize poverty, that punish the poor. And there are no shortage of those, particularly at the level of municipalities, the bylaws, the ones that we tend not to think about. So that's an area to discuss. Gabriel, you have the most difficult task.
Yeah, I think, can you hear me? There we go. I think for me, I resonate quite a lot with what everyone has said so far. As a young activist who works in movement building and activating, not just here in the Western Cape, not just in South Africa, but with young people across the continent in different regions who are experiencing different suffering, whether that's the climate crisis, whether that is the different intersections of the climate crisis, energy, water, food, land. To me, the fight is the same. No matter what avenue you're coming in from, the fight is the same. And so one thing I must, I'll just tag a little bit on what people have been saying here that will kind of not duplicate or replicate what they've said. I mean, Asanda, when you started speaking a little bit about It's great to see that South Africa is standing on the side, of the Palestinian resistance. It means nothing if the South African government refuses to stop sending coal to fuel the genocide. And so it's lovely that the ICJ is happening and we're seeing such great successes. We are so proud. Cyril Ramaphosa is standing and insulting us by smiling at us and saying that he's doing everything in his power, except actually just taking away what we are actually doing, which is feeding the genocide of men, women, children, everybody. And so when we talk about, it's great to see that, we are in solidarity. True solidarity does not look like, oh, I stand with you, I'm Mandel her. What it looks like is I'm willing to stand next to you and take that same bullet that will come to you. I'm here with you, not in I'm going to put a black square on social media, but I'm marching with you. What true solidarity actually looks like is your fight is my fight. Until you are free, I will continue to fight. And what it also looks like is if I'm in a more privileged position, is if I can be more radical than you can, that is my opportunity to be more radical. Now, what do you mean by radical? Well, Desmond Tutu once said, violence within context is justified. And so if it means burning tires, if it means throwing bombs, if it means this, if it means that, then we must do it. Respectfully, I'm so sorry, my future is being taken away from me. The future of my children one day. Sorry, there's words that I've got to be careful not to use. We cannot be complicit anymore. We cannot be silent in the fight against injustice. The conversation that's been happening over recent years within the youth struggle has been, why are we, every June 16th it comes, June 13th, we get an email or a message, hey, we'd love to work with you. June 14th, the link gets sent for Zoom. June 15th, we have the meeting because June 16th, it's too busy, for anyone to do anything. And then June 17th, nothing. Now we move on. Youth Day means nothing. Meanwhile, its origins was young people saying, enough. It was not, I will change the system. It was, I will uproot the system. It was, I will not exist within the context of oppression. There's no changing the system. So when I hear Zaki saying things like compromise, I say, hey, maybe, but at the same time, we cannot compromise. Because me compromising certain things is a comrade dead. And so when we talk about systemic change or systemic injustice, or we speak about this, anything to do with the system or the empire, if we want to start getting crazy about it and start talking now people switch off their TVs, but empire, dismantling empire does not look like changing it. We cannot, we cannot change we cannot change the system with the tools that will develop the master's tools. But then why are we trying to change anything? The system is still one of injustice. And so when we talk about change of the system, we talk about uprooting the system, what it looks like is dismantling it. Not brick by brick, but wrecking ball. And then we take down and into that earth and we pull out that concrete foundation that's stopping us from growing on fertile land. A week ago, I was at the Pretoria High Court for a litigation because we were tired of shouting, change the system, change the system. We took the government to court. We are waiting for our hearing on 1,500 megawatts of new coal. That's going to destroy us, that we do not need. That will further line the pockets of the 1%. That will further enrich our leaders and not the majority working class black communities. And so one thing that just struck in my head on the topic of law was standing in, and I'll close right now, was standing in that courtroom and hearing the judge speak. And in the judge speaking, not feeling something feeling off. I went to go and look up who this judge is, Judge Matters, that thing that you can search. Yeah, this man was, taking up arms for the apartheid regime. Yeah, he says apartheid was nothing more than the separation of races. He was asking questions about why we're focusing on black women and children. in the court case, he was asking questions about, intersectionality is just a theory, it's a philosophy, sorry, it's not practice. So to me, we've used the law now and it's still wrong. So honestly, when we talk about systemic change, what it looks like to me is that march, but further to that, actually going into the ground. One thing I love about the play of music is I'll speak over it. But we need systemic change, and systemic change will only be met if everyone is willing to take justice. Amanda!
Okay, colleagues, you've heard from civil society. They delivered on time. I think it was a punch on the head a couple of times there. I think you've heard some interesting views from different kinds of people, different voices of the youth. The youth are different. Me too. And there's the Madalas. There's the Madalas who sometimes we heard things that the youth said and we went, no, 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 not again, no, 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 no. But that is the role of a forum like that, for us to, as was said by our diplomats, to have a dialogue. And now there's been a dialogue. No, Zaki, I'm not going to allow you to, sorry. You've had a dialogue. I think it's been nicely balanced. Thank you for being willing to stay that extra time. I don't know how long you've got for lunch. I suspect not very much time. 10 minutes. Hardloop, mense.
Can I please just ask everyone just to stay on stage for a group photo, this panel, and then lunch is going to be for 30 minutes. If you could go downstairs, grab your lunch, and at 2:30, you will make your way back here for the panel sessions and breakaway rooms.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure wrapping up. Okay. Hello. For those who will be attending the parallel sessions, they're happening in different boardrooms. We've got about 10 ushers on the floor. For the moderators and presenters, please ask your usher where parallel session 1 is. Parallel session 1 is in the boardroom on the first floor. So the presenters and people who want to attend that session, it's on the boardroom on the first floor. Parallel session 2 is in the innovation lounge. Parallel session 3 is in the boardroom on the fourth floor. Parallel session 4 is in the chandelier